Okay, call the meeting to order. It's 9 o'clock. Thank you, everybody, for coming this morning. And if you could, let's please rise and we'll take a moment of reflection. And Sheila, can you give us an update for anybody joining virtually, please?
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. Before I begin, if you get disconnected, you can dial 1-647-558-0588 and enter meeting ID 891-5626-2480. It should be noted for members of the public that this meeting is being held in 2 locations, on Zoom as well as being live streamed on YouTube. Both members of staff and council have been briefed on the various features of the Zoom meeting software. Members of council and staff will be raising their hands to speak. For members of the public, if you require any technical assistance at any point during this meeting, you can send a chat message to me, Sheila Ferguson, and I will attempt to assist you.
Thank you very much, Sheila. Any declaration of pecuniary interest, the general nature thereof, on one of the delegations, I will be declaring a conflict. Okay. .2 as a member of that club. Okay. And that does bring us down to delegations. If there's no other declarations, then I will say we're down to delegations. And I believe Ms. Ratcliffe is with us. I see her in the back there. So I'll ask you to come up, Marion, and give us an update on the West Grey Dark Sky. You have it there. Thanks, Marion.
Okay, got slides up. Okay.
The floor is yours, and I think you have a
right.
PowerPoint for us.
PowerPoint's there as well. Yep. So good morning to Mayor Eccles. Sorry, council. It's cold. My hands are still cold. Yeah, councilors, staff, and the public. I'm Marion Ratcliffe, and I'm here to give an update on what's going on with Dark Skies. So in May, council allowed a grants to organizations fund to promote dark skies and a naturally lit nighttime environment to the public here in West Grey. And I'm here today to give a report on the resulting activities, achievements, and future possibilities. Next slide, please. So thanks to the grant, I was able to set up a booth at a number of events and actually have an event. I shared some space with Earthworks West Grey in their booth at the herb sale. I had my own booth for the Durham Arts Fest and the Durham Fall Fair. And I was able to get a booth at Four Winds Music Fest, which is a new music event being held in West Grey. From what I saw, it was well, a lot of people came. They looked like they were having a great time. And just a side note, they're building an observatory on that property. So that's something to keep an eye on in the future as well. And thanks to the help of friends and staff here, I was able to create another new event for West Grey, bringing back the night sky. This was a dark sky presentation and night sky viewing with telescopes. I think it was a success. We had about 30 attendees, which when you consider the advertising was posters around town and a little bit of Facebook, I think that was pretty darn good. It was, as far as I know, the first time telescopes have been set up for public viewing in West Grey. And maybe it's not the last, who knows. Anyways, I'd like to make special thanks to Cody for his support and advice for a first time rookie event planner. I really did not know what I was doing. So special thanks there. Next slide, please. I've got 2 photos there. That was our booth at Arts Fest. And I'd ask you to make special note of the large banner, our stars. I'll speak to that later. And the other image is 3 of the 4 telescopes that were set up in the Durham Ball Diamonds for people to enjoy. Next slide, please. With the booths, with the events, I had the opportunity to converse with many residents and visitors to West Grey about light pollution. We shared educational materials. I listened to the concerns about regarding unnecessary overlighting in the area. And I would say the number one common complaint from everybody was the lighting on the municipal sheds. There were a lot of other complaints about different things, but if I was to pick one, it would be the municipal sheds. I met with Kim Culkin at the library, and she's putting together a sustainability education program. And she's mentioned opportunities to discuss for future education and contact opportunities there. I developed contacts with West Grey residents who are interested in light pollution abatement. And through all of the above, I think there is the potential for a community group in West Grey to promote light pollution abatement. That's just something we'll see what the future brings there. As I said, it was the first time event for the Dark Sky Telescope event in West Grey, maybe not the last. I mentioned the banner. That was one of the big purchases we made out of the fund. And people stopped and they looked at it. It was a good purchase. We put the extra money in to make sure it's good quality. So you're going to have it for years to come, I hope, other West Grey events. People stopped, they looked at it, we engaged in conversation, they read it, so that was a good purchase. Sheila spent some time, put together a West Grey specific pamphlet for Dark Skies. That's a living document. It can be amended as West Grey moves forward in its little adventure in Dark Skies. That was a popular item at takeaway at the booths, so that's why I did attach it to the agenda. The other most popular item that that people were taking at the booths was the residential lighting, outdoor lighting survey form. So I did attach that to the agenda as well, simply because it was quite popular. Staff became quite familiar with all of the educational materials that are available on the IDA website, darksky.org. They even use some of it for their own booth at Arts Fest. So there's opportunities there for the future. And by the way, that as far as I'm concerned, the banner is West Grey property. I hope you'll allow me to borrow it in the future for events, but I would be leaving it with you. Next slide, please. So thanks to economies, especially regarding printing, and the unfortunate event that I was not able to get a booth at the Newstead Fall Fair, I have $233 remaining. We'll see. We'll try next year. I might have been a bit late. Anyways, there's 233 and change remaining in the fund. And my request to council, would it be possible to put that remaining funds from the grant into a reserve fund to be used next year for education purposes? I would not be asking for any further funding, and it would be use it or lose it in 2024. I've put forward 3 proposals. Plan A would be booths. Just go with the booths again. Get as many free ones as I can, as I did last year, or this year, I should say. Get the fall fair booths if I can get both of them. The insurance, maybe an hour of staff time if I need it, and any further printing would use up that funds. Plan B would be to hold another bringing back the night sky event. That one's dicey. First of all, it cost almost that much this year, so next year it could exceed the funds. Also, it's weather dependent. And this year, right up until noon, we didn't know if it was going to happen. They were threatening clouds, and so it's outdoors. It requires clear skies, so it's a dicey event. And Plan C, keep the door open for novel ideas. As I said, I met with a lot of people, and who knows what might get, someone might come up with. Next slide, please. So again, thank you for the opportunity the grant gave me and my friends to publicize the need to protect our nighttime environment and show residents how they can help. I hope this makes a difference in our community and helps people better understand the need to incorporate dark sky lighting requirements into the official plan, engineering standards, and bylaws. I'm aware that not all agree with the development of clear policy and requirements for dark sky lighting to protect our nighttime environment. But I would respond with the reality that if West Grey's goal is to be a dark sky friendly community, then there shouldn't be any qualms about it. Reducing light pollution fits in with the, and I'm not sure, is it the climate change action plan or the corporate climate action plan, whichever, and the recognition of the harmful impacts from human activities on our environment. And it also fits with a tourism and marketing strategic plan that emphasized the value of preserving our natural environment to growing our economy. And especially if we can achieve some level of Royal Astronomical Society of Canada dark sky certification, that would also boost our tourism economy. Clearly written standards and expectations make it easier for everyone to follow and meet dark sky lighting requirements. And putting it in writing means that those principles are not lost with staffing changes. Start at the corporate level, lead by example, and show the people that West Grey is serious about reducing light pollution and preventing it. And the example set today will also allay the fears that we are going to take their lights away from them. I did hear that. It's not about no lighting. It's about better lighting. And by the way, I was also successful with that individual in showing them that this was where we were aiming. So I know you've heard a lot of that from me before, so I'm going to give you something new, a new word, noctalgia, sky grief. Noctalgia is the new astronomer's term for the feeling of loss of dark nighttime skies around the world due to pollution from various sources. And that's all I have to say. And again, just thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you very much for the update, Marion. Greatly appreciate it. Any questions from council? Sorry, Councillor Shea. Jeffrey. I got it.
Thank you. Thank you, Marion, for the presentation. There is a request as part of the presentation to have the remaining funds rolled over into a reserve for this year. Would it be appropriate to make that proposal here and now, or is that something we should do at budget time?
I'm going to suggest that at budget time would probably be the best to look at that. Turn to the clerk, see what he says.
Through your miracles, the request is before you now, so it would not be out of order for council to make a motion to that effect. I will note that in the community grants policy, although Ms. Ratcliffe does not qualify under that, but section 12.5 notes that any unspent funds be returned to the municipality. There is no contingency in there for them to be held over for future years, so just keep that in mind.
I think that those grants to organizations are often annual and recurring grants, and I think this was a one-time grant and didn't actually come out of that pot. So I would suggest that this shouldn't be bound by that requirement, and therefore I would move that we approve Mrs. Ratcliffe's request that the remaining funds be put into a reserve to be used in next year.
What do you got, Jamie?
Through your miracles, the motion was fairly clear on that one. So unless council wants it repeated, then I will refrain from doing so.
Okay, so we have a mover of that. Is there a seconder? Councillor Hutchison. Any further questions or comments on the motion? Doug, too.
Yeah, I too like to reiterate my thanks to Marion for all your leadership on this proposal. Like I've said before, I think it's, it's baby steps, and education is key. And I think you've done a great job getting that ball rolling. So I think in the future, if people are aware of their lights and their light trespass and that type of thing, I think that really helps for them to, take a look at what they've got on their property. And so yeah, I'm in favor of doing that, and hopefully we can continue down this path. Thank you.
Okay, anything further? Now seeing no other questions, then I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay,
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome, Marion. And just one last comment. You said that you just didn't really know a whole lot about that and whatnot. Would you say that you were in the dark when you led this program? Sorry, that was bad. Okay. All right. Thank you. Our next delegation is with Don McNabb and the West Grade Durham Lions Club. As I said, this is the one I'm going to take leave. So I'll ask Deputy Mayor to take the chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Eccles. And for clarity, we're on 4.2. Delegation Don McNabb, West Grade Lions Club, lottery license application fee increase. Go ahead, please.
Thank you for letting us be here today. The reason for our attendance is because of a recent increase in the lottery license fees here at the municipality of West Grey. Our Lions Club formed 15 years ago, and throughout our history, we have fundraised to support community groups and organizations locally. And we have taken on various projects. Our largest project to date would be the Lions Heritage Park, which is located on Highway 6 adjacent to the Heritage Bridge. It is a park that is used by locals as well as tourists. We are also currently fundraising for a dog park, which will be located on municipal property. So thank you for that, near the community center. And we have also recently pledged $50,000 from our club towards purchasing new rescue equipment for the West Grey Fire Department, in particular the Durham Station. One of our fundraisers is a Catch the Ace progressive jackpot lottery. We have had 9 of these, and in the past, the lottery license fee was $25 for us to obtain a lottery license for the Catch the Ace draw. When we went to apply for our next lottery license in October, we were informed that there had been a fee increase, and the fee increase is 3% of the projected jackpot. When we host a Catch the Ace, our projected jackpot could reach $50,000. So based on that, 3% is now imposing a lottery license fee for our club of $1,500. So we have gone from $25, then it went to $30 briefly, and now we're at $1,500. With Catch the Ace, we don't know how long the potential raffle could go on. So again, our max payout could be $50,000, and that is what the license fee is based on. We are not the only service group or group in the community that's going to be affected by this increase. And we are just here today to address this and see if there would be any reconsideration to the new fee schedule for lottery licenses.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions from council on this delegation? Councillor Hutchison, go ahead, please.
Yeah, well, when I spoke with Don earlier, I was a little surprised because I don't remember us talking about this fee recently. I may have missed it, but I'm not sure where this come from, but I think we should maybe ask Cody to give us some background on our fee schedule and how this changed, or our CAO or the clerk. Okay, so staff, so one of the staff would maybe do that. So can you give us some history on how this is all came about? Thank you.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes, I can. So the fees for lottery licensing and vital statistics in general fall under the clerk's office. So this fee was brought forward as part of the fees and charges bylaw review earlier in the year. The recommended fee was changed from a flat fee of $25 or $30 to a percentage of the total prize value. As per the AGCO, municipalities can charge up to 3% of the total prize value for lotteries. That was presented as a way to generate revenue for West Grey, and in comparing fees with other municipalities locally, it was noted that several other local municipalities within Grey County were also charging 3% for lottery licensing. So certainly that's not required. Council can charge less for that fee, but we are allowed to charge 3%.
Follow up, Councillor Hutchison?
I apologize because I missed that. I didn't realize that this was going to be such an impact on our local organizations. I think in particular, our Lions Club was a very active group that does a lot for our community. So yeah, and the Catch the Aces, like Donna said, it's gone on for a few years now, and it's a great fundraiser, but all the funds that they raise goes back into our community. So I question, why would we penalize? I mean, yeah, it's nice. It's a nice chunk for West Grey, but why are we penalizing the people that are doing all this work in our community to help do things in our community? So I presume if it goes through, then obviously the Lions in Newstead and all our other organizations, Optimus or whatever, are going to pay the same fee, and which may hinder them too, and maybe it'll shut down some of our fundraising. I don't know. So I'm not totally in favor of this, but I'm not sure what the solution is either. So maybe it's something we need to look at again.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, if it's council's wish, a motion could be provided to direct staff to bring forward a bylaw to cap the fee for lottery licensing at a certain dollar value. Council could forward a motion to reduce the fee from 3% to 2% or 1%. It's council's prerogative on how to proceed with this, but a motion could be made to that effect.
So I'll come back to Councillor Hutchison. I'm just going to open the floor for any other comments or questions. Okay, seeing none. The only question that I had just from the chair, if I may, is I think I remember this coming forward, and I think we didn't really consider the financial impact of such a Catch the Ace, and I think that's where it sounded okay when we reviewed it. So because I do recall this, but that is a substantial amount of money if it compounds and keeps going. So there is some wording available if you'd like to entertain that. I'll come back to Councillor Hutchison if you'd like to entertain what. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion that staff bring it back for further discussion, and maybe we delve into a little bit deeper in terms of that, rather than making a motion to set 1% or 2% this time. I would like to revisit it. So make a motion to have staff bring it back for further consideration.
It's through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Hutchison. Can you clarify what you mean per se? I'm not certain what bringing it back would do other than just delay this conversation from today to a future day. So I would suggest that if council wishes to deal with it, that it be dealt with today.
If I may, from the chair, Clerk, would you mind just you did have a little sentence prior, like to the conversation prior. Maybe if you brought that forward, maybe we can have some clarity, or Doug or Councillor Hutchison may hook onto that one.
Certainly, and through you. So what I had suggested was if it's council's wish, council could provide direction to staff to cap the maximum lottery licensing fee at a certain dollar value. If that's your intent, you could provide direction to reduce the fee from 3% to 1 or 2%. It's totally up to council on how to proceed with that, but there are options on how to proceed. I wouldn't suggest delaying the process if it's council's wish to reduce it, because that just further prolongs this. And then in the event that it isn't dealt with today, then anyone that would come in to, for example, get a lottery license tomorrow would still be stuck paying this fee. So just food for thought.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Atkins-Swatter. So you would like to discuss that right now is what your recommendation is. I guess in support of what Councillor Hutchison is saying, I do have a couple questions. I guess the big thing is basically what the staff resources, monthly or annually, to help us determine what number to arrive at. And I think that's kind of an unknown, and I'd certainly like to know that, because right now we just said hypothetically 1%, or do we go towards a flat rate of what we had? And so I can't answer that one without that knowledge.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, there is staff time involved with processing the lottery licensing and tracking the lottery licensing. So upon the conclusion of a lottery, the individual who had the lottery license has to bring their financials in. That has to be reviewed by the licensing clerk who deals with that, and there's tracking involved with that. So it's not a simple issue the lottery license and then be done with it until they come back for a new one. There is tracking that takes place throughout the years with financials and things of that nature. So while the staff time is not significant, there is staff time involved with that.
You want clear on that, Councillor? Did you have a follow-up? I'm going to go to Councillor Shay. Go ahead, sir.
So could I ask roughly how many lottery licenses we issue a year, and are they issued for any purpose other than community fundraising activities?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I don't have the number of lottery licenses that have been issued throughout the year. However, lottery licenses can be issued for the relief of poverty, the advancement of education, the advancement of religion, or other charitable purposes beneficial to the community.
Any other comments or questions? Oh, kind of have a suggestion of how to handle this right now, and that would be bringing it forward to us right now to handle that. Would you like that reread possibly, Councillor Hutchinson? I'm looking to you because Councillor Townsend, you got a question? Go ahead.
Well, not so much a question, it's maybe a comment that I think for planning and for these organizations that are doing stuff for our community and everything's to help our community, we should go back to a flat fee. And so then they know what they're dealing with coming in, and it's a lot less hassle for them. By the sounds of the administrative end of it, it's not totally a lot of time, but it is the time. So if we were at $25 before, if we went to a flat fee of $50 and called that the fee, or some other number, whether it's 30, what we were at, whatever, we can debate that. But a flat fee would make more sense, and it would be better for the organizations to know what they're dealing with coming in. And as I say, it does, yes, it involves staff time, but it doesn't sound like it's an all-day job. So I'm thinking just a bit of staff time.
Okay, so that would be a flat fee concept. I guess just from the chair, if I may, I think the thing there that Councillor Townsend, you know, hypothetically, if you had a $400 50-50 and 200 is the prize, 50% of that obviously, and then you take 50 off for, because that would be the prize money. So that reduces that to 150. It's just so my own clarity. And if I go to the clerk, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, it's the fee is based on the maximum prize value. So if the prize, the take-home prize was $1,000, that 1% or 3% would be based on that. It wouldn't be based on half of that, because the total prize value would be set at $1,000. In the event of something where it's a progressive jackpot, it is hard to determine what that total prize value will be at the end of the day. So for something like this, it could be $50,000, but it may not be. If we were talking something tangible, such as a boat, for example, the price of that is fixed, and the value of that doesn't change depending on ticket sales. So for something like that, the prize value wouldn't change, and it would be easy to determine. But the lottery license is based on the total prize value.
Well, thank you for that. I'm still questioning though, to just say, Clerk Eckelswiller, if you had minor hockey, the Thundercats running a 50-50 on all their tournaments, their games, whatever the scenario is, that's the one I'm clear in my own mind. There's a fee on each one of those because it's an ongoing weekly draw, if you will.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I believe that would be the same as what we're dealing with here today from the Lions Club. It's a progressive jackpot, but the maximum would be set. So while it may be drawn every week, the total prize value wouldn't exceed 50,000 or whatever the prize value is for those organizations.
Okay, so it's over the course of the year is what they would report in on. Just for that, thank you for that clarity. Any other comments or questions then? Councilor Noon, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and thank you for the information you provided today. I do support what you represent for your community, and it's really well appreciated. my thoughts were, when the lottery license is applied for, then based on the overall, like, yeah, if you know, like the cost of a boat and stuff, but when you're doing like a 50-50, you don't know what the end result is. So do you only collect the funds after the last ticket or is sold? Like how's the money generated then?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Noon, the fees for us are collected based on the total prize value, whether it be estimated or set. So for something like this, where it's a raffle, you don't know, it's gambling essentially. So when you purchase the license, you state your total prize value, and then the fee is calculated based on a percentage of that, given the way the bylaw is currently written. So it is possible that for the purposes of the Lions Club, just for an example, that the ace could be caught on week 1, and then the total prize value may only be $500. So the $1,500 license fee would then also come out of whatever money they would have. So it's difficult to determine, but with gambling, sometimes the house wins, sometimes the gambler wins. So for something like that, it is difficult to determine, but the fee is calculated based on the projected prize value at the time the lottery license is acquired.
Thank you. Then I would, I like the flat rate proposal, but I think $50 maybe based on staff's time. I don't know if $50 is something that I would propose. I would maybe go 100, but I know then you've got your smaller groups, church groups and stuff that, you know, it's even $100 is a lot to commit. So I don't know, maybe just the rationale of 50 might not be enough, but that's just my opinion. But maybe no more than 100, but that's just a proposal. Thank you.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I would note that staff time involved in that would cost more than $50 to process a lottery license throughout the year. So $50 would not be cost recovery. I don't know what that dollar value is per se, but $50 would not cover the cost of processing that application.
Okay, thank you. And that goes back to my original questions, the time, the commitment from staff. Yeah, I'm looking that way. I'm just checking down there. Councillor Shea was looking for first-time speakers on it.
So like a quilt draw, you have to have a lottery license to raffle off a quilt?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes, that is correct.
I'm not sure we should be charging $100 to raffle off a quilt. Might want to go to the 3% with a maximum cap of $100. Then we calculate the value of the quilt and we charge 3%. Is that right?
Through you to Councillor Shea, I would suggest that yes, the prize value of a quilt likely wouldn't be very significant. So if the maximum was $100 and the prize value of the quilt was $200, then that wouldn't really provide much benefit to the group that's auctioning off that quilt outside of the ticket sales. So the prize value would be set at $200. However, the group that's auctioning off the quilt could bring in $10,000 in ticket sales for that quilt. So again, it's the fee is calculated based on the prize value. That's not to say that the ticket sales can't exceed that prize value. So the sales are what generate the profit or the funds to be used by the group that's auctioning off the good or service.
Follow up, some morning math for everyone. I love it. Okay, go ahead, Ms. McNabb, you got a comment?
Would it at all be possible to have two fee structures, one that's potentially towards a progressive jackpot, and then one that deals with a lottery that's a lesser value or not as much revenue coming in for, so something that accounts for like a 50-50 with minor hockey, but then maybe a 1% cap on something that is potentially a larger payout.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, there's no scheme for progressive jackpots. The AGCO permits us to charge a flat fee, a fixed fee, or a percentage of the fees. So if it's council's prerogative, I might suggest, based on how the conversation has gone, that you entertain a a percentage with a cap on the maximum payable to the municipality for the fee. So for example, if it was $1,000 and the cap was $500, or let's just say, for example, $50,000, if the cap was $500, technically that equates to 1%. However, if we're charging 3% for some of those smaller lotteries where the prize value is only $100, then they're not paying $100 for their lottery license. They'd only be paying $10 or $30 or whatever the case may be. So it sounds like, based on the conversation, that's what council's leaning toward, but I will defer to you.
Okay, so is everyone clear on that? So on how that would look? So it would be 1% to a max is what you suggested, just so I'm clear?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'm not suggesting that. I'm just telling you that that's an option.
No, I know you're not. I just wanted to rehear that. I know you're not suggesting. So 1% into a cap, max cap.
The example that I gave was 3% with a maximum cap. However, it's council's will on how to proceed with that.
Councilor Hutchinson, you had a question? Comment?
So I'm a little curious when you say about, like, if you're doing a raffle from the $200 is the suspected profit that you're going to make, and say we set it at 1%, then the fee is only going to be $2.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, it's not about the funds that are going to be generated. It's about the prize value. So it's the prize value is determined based on the item that's being auctioned off, the thing that's being raffled. The ticket sales are where the funds are generated from to cover the cost of the prize, to cover the cost of the license, to cover things like that. So it's not about the sales of tickets that the lottery license comes in, or the fee comes into effect. It's about that prize value. So for something that costs $10, you could sell $20,000 worth of tickets for that thing, provided that your license has that many tickets stated on it. So they're kind of two separate items within that.
We'll go to Madam CEO, Councilor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Council. I think it's important to remember that when we were reviewing our fees, we did a bit of a municipal scan. 3% was the common number that other municipalities are using, so that's where we landed. I think the Lions Club raises a very important consideration that has come to light. So I would suggest that Council continue on the path of a set fee, which would be a maximum, a percentage, so that staff can have the opportunity to charge the lesser of the two. So, and that percentage, as mentioned in the legislation, can be between 1% and 3%. If council's not totally comfortable with 3%, which is what our comparators are using, you still have wiggle room there, but a cap would be an option because there are so many different lotteries with different prize values that, it is a little difficult for us to say, it's always going to be 3%. I think having that range gives us some flexibility in assisting these groups.
Councilor Shay, go ahead, please.
So I'd move that we retain the 3% and put a $50 cap.
So 3% maximum cap, $50. Kevin Schweller, go ahead, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, $50 would not come anywhere close to 3% for anything. So I think in this case, 3% really is irrelevant from that, because 3% would never be hit with a maximum of $50. I don't think that would even be 1% in any event.
Okay, then I'll move that we just have a $50 lottery fee, flat rate.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Shay, your motion is that council directs staff to bring forward a bylaw to amend the fees and charges bylaw to cap lottery licensing fees at $50 per license. Thank you.
Okay, so I have it, motion on the floor is everyone clear on what Councillor Shay's brought forward? So I'll be looking for a seconder and then open up for discussion. Have a seconder for that motion? Okay. Seeing none, okay, so that's motion does not. So I'm going to go over to Councillor Hutchinson now. Go ahead, please.
So I think from our discussion, I like the idea of maybe a 1% fee with a cap of $500, which is what our clerk had thrown out there, maybe just off the top of his head. But Because then it gives us some flexibility. I mean, not everybody's going to pay the same amount. And for the smaller raffles, I think the charge would be somewhat less. I'm not exactly sure what it'd be, but maybe the clerk can clarify that. So I'm suggesting 1% with a max of $500.
So that you're putting that motion forward?
Yes.
So just, I'm gonna get the wording from the clerk, controller, and then what I'll do is I'll look for a seconder.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I have that council directs staff to bring forward a bylaw to amend the fees and charges bylaw to set lottery license fees at 1% of the prize value to a maximum of $500 per license.
Okay, thank you. I'll be looking for a seconder, seconded by Councillor Forrester. Now I'll open it up for any discussion from council. Councillor Shay, go ahead, please.
So I'll just note that the presentation today, the proponents would see their license fee go from $30 to $500. That's what you're proposing this time.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, their current license fee that they've paid was $1,500. So this would change that in future years to being $1,500 to $500.
Right. So current 1,500, but historically it was 25, wasn't it? Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna be looking for comments or questions on the motion that's on the floor only. Councillor Hutchinson, go ahead, please.
So that 1%, the 500 max is based on the value of the lottery, right? So it's not necessarily going to be 1,500 or 500 based on what their pot is.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So again, the license fee is based on the prize value. So just to keep it simple, let's talk about a fixed prize value item. So a boat. If the boat is $50,000 and the license fee is 1%, that license fee would be $500. There would be nothing beyond that. I don't know necessarily that it's important to put a cap on this, given that 1% is $500 of a $50,000 draw. The maximum that a group could provide as a prize would be $50,000. So that cap is kind of built into it as it is. However, we're talking about the prize value in and of itself. So that doesn't change. If their lottery license application notes $50,000, whether they actually hit that or not, that's how the fee is calculated.
One further question. So what does the license look like, the fee schedule look like for someone who's doing a small raffle type thing? What's the minimum or what's the charge on that to follow?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, if their prize value was $100 for their raffle, their license fee would be $1. Assuming a 1% fee. If I may, through you, Deputy Mayor, what I have seen done in the past is a lower limit set as well. So for those situations where the prize value is $100, presumably groups would be selling tickets well in excess of that. So the fee would be covered, the prize value would be covered. What I have seen in the past is minimums be set for lottery licensing to avoid having a lottery license fee of $1 where that would come nowhere near to covering staff time. So I've seen both sides where there's a lower limit set and an upper limit set.
Okay, but we do have a motion on the floor for that one recommendation of, I believe it was one max 500, but again, the max may not come in. So that's what we're dealing with now. And now there's some further discussion on that. So Councillor Hudson, I'll go back to you.
Can I make an amendment for my own motion?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, if it's council's wish, we could do a friendly amendment. However, if anyone objects to that, then we could do the formal amendment process.
Okay, so we could call the motion on this one then, and if it was defeated, reopen as well, because if that's the other avenue for this one, correct? Correct, Controller?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, there are three ways we could deal with this. We could deal with the motion on the floor as it stands. We could do a friendly amendment to set a lower limit, or we could do a formal amendment where council would vote on the amendment per se and then deal with the main motion as amended.
Thank you. So yes, you can.
So my friendly amendment would be to set a minimum charge, which is $25, which it is now, I believe. So the minimum would be $25 as part of that agreement.
I'll just get the clerk to read that, then we'll look for a seconder. We'll have discussion on that. If there's none, then we can call the vote on that one.
That council directs staff to bring forward a bylaw to amend the fees and charges bylaw to set lottery license fees at 1% of the prize value with a minimum license fee of $25 and a maximum of $500 per license.
Okay, can I get a seconder for that? You're gonna, okay, so seconder is gonna be Councilor Forrester. Any discussions on the amendment here? Okay, seeing none, so we'll call the vote on this one. So all those in favor, you can raise your hand, please. Okay, so opposed, so see 4 members favor, 1 opposed, so that motion is carried. Now we're back to the main motion. That was over the main motion, so we're done. Okay, good. But we had to amend that one to add that, so we're good. All right, so we disposed of that, and thank you very much. We got our math going this morning here. That was good. Okay, so I'm gonna, go ahead, Councilor Hutchison.
It was mentioned in my ear by a little bird that possibly the Lions Club has already paid $1,500 for their licensing fee. Are we going to make that retroactive based on this, what we've passed, or how are we going to do that?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I don't think we can make it retroactive. However, if council's wish is to allow the Lions Club to pay the fee based on the direction that was provided today, council could provide direction to staff to refund the Lions Club $1,000 to bring that license fee down to $500 from $1,500.
So that's a motion that could go right now then. That would wrap up this conversation. Councilor Hutchison, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I'd like to make that motion that we rescind the Lions Club $1,000 of the original $1,500 licensing fee.
Okay, so I have that moved. I'm looking for a second. Councilor Shea will second that. Comments or questions on this motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, just raise your hand, please. See all members are in favor, or council members are in favor. There's none opposed. That motion is carried. Okay, so that completes 4.2. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much on behalf of our Lions Club and other community groups.
And that wraps up 4.2. And I'm going to call Mayor Echols back, and we're going to transfer the chair back to him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And with that, do we need to extend council? Let's see. Well, it still took a fair bit of time to go through that. I didn't know just what was going on here. Anyways, very good. We have one more delegation this morning, and this one is from Chris McNabb, dealing with the Durham and District Trailblazers on a proposed trail for the Snowmobile Club. Chris? Welcome this morning, sir. And the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to present to you. For those that don't know me, I am Chris McNabb. I was recently elected the president of the Durham Trailblazers Snowmobile Club. And what I'm presenting today, I think, goes with your recent study to make West Grey a four-season community. We'd like to bring back the Snowmobile Club into Durham, which is the railroad land north of Douglas Street to the river, the Riverside Park, exiting at the parking lot of the credit union. I do have an agreement letter here from November 3rd, 1997. It passed a resolution to allow us to do that. And at that point, that's when the Durham Trailblazers went in and cleaned up that area and made the trail accessible and able to use. Allowing us to bring the trail gives us access to the town core businesses, gas bars, Tim Hortons. Right now, we have no trails to Tim Hortons or any part of the town to access any businesses. So they are running roads, they are running people's lawns, and they are running sidewalks. I just recently attended the OFSC convention at Deerhurst, and snowmobiling does bring in $6.6 billion revenue to Ontario every year. And I know Durham won't see that, but if we could get our spin off on that for our local businesses downtown, our gas bars, Tim Hortons, and we do a lot of snowmobiling through the years, and snowmobiling in Ontario, there is several towns that utilize trails as multi-use for snowmobiles to get into the businesses, to get through towns. We would, if we were allowed to bring this trail back into town, we would sign it as a multi-use trail, which could be used for walking, skiing, snowshoeing, and we would lower the speed limits to 15 kilometers an hour. And for insurance, once an OFSC landowner agreement is signed, the OFSC does have coverage for $15 million policy. That's about all I have. Any questions?
Thank you, Chris. Very good. Chris is looking for questions. Councillor Hutchison. Doug, too.
Well, I'm not so sure. Maybe I have a question, but I have some comments based on the history of where I've been involved with the trail. So right now we have some gates on that trail, what Chris is talking about. And one of the reasons that I pushed for, and as you know, I've been pushing for trails for years, but one of the reasons I pushed for put gates on those trails was to prevent people walking the trail and being followed by a car. That was where originally I was coming from, because there are sections of the trail from the Durham, from the lower dam through to Park Street and then through to Douglas Street. There are sections that it's fairly wide that there's no restrictions of any kind in the past where people just prevent people from driving through there. And that's what was happening. So we put some gates in. So we have gates now at the bottom of the lower dam. We have one at the Park Street. We have one in Park Street going south through to Douglas Street. My concern, I understand where the snowmobile club's coming from, and potentially I'd like to see it happening, but my concerns are, first of all, I don't know if the groomer could get through based where the gates are right now. And I don't know whether you even need to groom that last section, because once the snowmobilers go down the path, it becomes fairly flat. So that's my one concern is whether the groomer could get through. The other is, yeah, I like the idea of multi-use. My concern is visibility, and with some of the areas, in particular, one section, you know, coming off of Park Street North, the first section that goes into the dam. It's fairly narrow, and it would have to be opened up a bit. The other section, which is private, which goes Douglas Street south around to the highway, is private. And I've had conversations with the landowner there, and again, it maybe could be opened up a little bit, but visibility because of the curvature in there and whatnot is my concern. So regardless, when we first started talking about trails, I talked to the chair of the Snowmobile Club at that time, and the trail used to come in off Douglas Street, partway through between Douglas and Park, and then it headed west, right? That was the original trail, or the trail that they use now. That was signed. But there were snowmobilers in the past that have come right into the Durham parking lot, sort of thing. But now that we put the gates up, that hasn't been happening. Didn't happen last year, I don't believe, other than the odd that maybe drove around. But so I understand where they come from, and I think it would be great if we could make it work. So a couple things: can we make it work because of grooming and with the gates being there? Secondly is, and maybe this is we have to ask Cody, but I know that he's had, and it's on our agenda later on, the trail idea with signage and whatnot. And right now the signage that he's promoted is is no motorized vehicles. So obviously, you know, if we're gonna go multi-use, we have to change that signage. But the other thing is he's had our insurance group, I presume they walked the trail or looked at the trail anyways. So it'd be interesting to hear what they're saying in terms of multi-use in that section versus non-motorized. So that's something we probably should hear from Cody about. So I understand where the snowmobiles come from. I think it's great if we can get them into town where they don't have to go on the roads and whatnot. And since the trail is licensed is set up so that November 1st to April, that it's non-maintained. So that's another bonus, and that we're not saying that, go ahead and use it because it's being maintained. It's not being maintained at that time, but the snowmobilers would use it, and people still walk there regardless of whether it's maintained, regardless of winter time or whatever. So we just have to make that work. If we're going to do this, we have to make it work. So that I've heard rumors where people saying snowmobilers told them, get off the trail, you can't walk here, which is not a good thing either, right? That's a message we don't want. So we have to make it work. It's going to work, and I understand too the economic benefit of that. So yeah, that's where I'm coming from. It's not so much a question. Well, I guess there are questions. I guess my question would be to Cody in terms of, do we want to hear from Cody now, or do we want to wait until later when we discuss this?
I don't think we need to hear from Cody just now, for the simple fact, I don't know whether we've got the idea whether we are going to go forward with it. So we'll hold off on that and see if there's any other comments. Start with Deputy Mayor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles, and thank you very much for your delegation on this matter. I totally support bringing the winter sports, as in snowmobiling, into the downtown core. I think it's certainly an enhancement, and it's going to help and benefit any of the, the gas, the Tim Hortons, anything else that's down there, the variety stores, et cetera. And there is a couple of restaurants and future bar that would be opened up, family restaurant as well. I guess the only thing I have, yes, is the restricted. I'm kind of, the reason I'm supporting this more so is because it's keeping them off the sidewalks, which you had mentioned, and I've seen that myself, and off of the private property. So we can kind of direct it and control that traffic coming through a trail, and you've got your markings. Obviously there's going to be people that are going to go excessive speed. That's everywhere. You're not going to fix all that. The posted speeds, and that's a handful of people ruin it for the rest of us that do snowmobile. So I can support that. The insurance, which Councillor Hutchison has raised, is, I think, from my past experience, but I would like, once we get there, I'd like staff to confirm that. But I know the Snowmobile Association does have excessive insurance, and I think it overlays what we would have. But because I think once they get an agreement, the policy kicks into place for that sectional land. Don't quote me on that, but that's my understanding of it. So I would support this. And again, it's more of the economic development and utilizing the winter sports coming in. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Councillor Shake, Jeff.
Thanks for the presentation, Chris. I have nothing personally against snowmobiles or snowmobilers, but I do think we'd need to consider the needs of the other trail users. There's a lot of people that use those trails currently, summer and winter, and I'm not sure if they would be pleased to be sharing the trails with motorized vehicles. A view that I, can understand. There used to be a snowmobile trail through the conservation area as well. They used to allow snowmobiles through there, and then stopped that. And I think it was just the idea that, you're going for a walk in the woods, looking at the wildlife and flora and fauna, and you encounter a snowmobile. It's not exactly the experience that you were looking for when you set off on that walk. So I do think we would need to consider the needs of the other trail users. And I don't know how we would do that, maybe through some sort of a survey or public consultation. Yeah, I think we've got a careful balancing act that we have to take into consideration here. Thank you.
Any other further comments or questions on this? Councillor Townsend, Doug 1.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. I fully support having the snowmobiles come in. There's many, many trails all over the place that are used by both walkers, snowshoers, and snowmobiles. And I haven't snowmobiled in a lot of years, but everybody managed to get along all right, and I don't feel that this would be any other case. I fully support it. Just on the economic basis alone of bringing the snowmobilers into Durham is really good. It's going to be really good for the downtown, for the businesses and everything. And will there be some bad apples? Sure there will be, but there's bad apples on both sides of the coin. So I think everyone will learn to respect each other and take the proper precautions when they come into town. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Doug. Any further comments? Oh, Doug too. Councillor Hutchison.
Sorry, one more comment. I just want to throw this out for council to think about. My other concern is, and it hinges on a couple of factors, but my other concern is if we open up, that we'd have to open the gates for the snowmobilers for the winter time. But if we, and then when the season's over, we close those gates. My other concern is the ATVers. The ATVers do come in through the pit to the industrial park, and then their trail, according to their club members, goes down the road onto Park Street and towards the landfill, and then it swings around the landfill and heads west again. They don't officially run on the trail, which is part of the old railroad trail that comes out of the industrial park, goes across the bridge that the snowmobile club put in by the highway there, and then goes into Boogerman's property and swings around. They do use that trail, even though it's not officially part of the ATV trail. So my concern is now, okay, so they come to Douglas Street, and then we're going to gate the trail for the rest of the way. So the ATV is going to come to us and say, well, how come can't use the trail, right? If we make it multi-purpose, then we probably have to open it up for ATVers. And then if we open it for ATVers, then why are we bothering putting gates up other than to keep cars out? Because then you'd have to make the gates wide enough that ATVers get through. And right now, a lot of the ATVs are double, like side-by-sides, which are really, really, really almost as wide as a car. So that's the other thing that brings to mind when in terms of this, though the ATV is a little bit different because they can ride on the roads, whereas the snowmobilers aren't really supposed to be on the road. So it's a little bit different that way. That's the difference. But I do know that may be an issue going forward if we make it multi-use, except for ATVers, right? Or we don't make it multi-use, we just make it non-motorized with the exception of the snowmobile in the wintertime. I don't know, just throwing that out there.
Anything further? Councillor Noon.
Thank you, and thank you for your delegation, Chris. Just a concern, a while back, we had a delegation from the Glenelg area with the concern of how ATVs and snowmobile clubs and so on and so forth, more or less dig up the roads and the trails and so on and so forth. So this is just one other concern, how we have to be respectful. I don't object to this coming in. I think it's great for the economy, for a downtown core, but we have to be respectful if we're going to make this decision on how are we going to keep these trails updated to accommodate the walkers and the skiers and the, that other kind of footpath. So that's just one concern I wanted to address. Thank you.
Okay. Anything further? Chris, please.
Just to answer a few of the questions, I look at it as you get down by the river and if per se we get 3 feet of snow, if we get 3 feet of snow, nobody's going to be walking on those trails. If we do groom them, they're going to be hard packed and people still will be able to walk, ski, snowshoe. As for insurance, it was brought up. Once a landowner agreement is signed, we have a $15 million insurance policy through the OFSC that does cover for anything. And about gates and angles, if you go to different communities and you see it, They just angle the gates, like the bars that come across, they angle them to allow, cars still can't get down, but snowmobiles can get down. As for ATVs on the snowmobile trail, ATVs aren't allowed on the snowmobile trail in the wintertime. It is an OFSC sanctioned trail. And it is trespassing if they go on it. So no, they will hopefully if they do go on it, that's trespassing, right? So any other questions?
Follow up, Doug.
Well, if I go back to the groomer, can the groomer get through the gates that we have now? Like, I mean, obviously they swing open. That's not an issue, but the posts themselves, I'm thinking the groomer's fairly wide. Could they even get through some of the gates that we have there now? The groomer.
I'd have to go down and measure them and see if it would go through, and I could report back to you.
Yeah.
But for instance, too, the trails are open and closed with the snow. So if we get lots of snow, they're open and groomed, and they are closed once the snow starts to melt and we can't run machines on them. So it is controlled too by our club for the opening and closing of the trails, which was another question.
Just a quick question. Does anybody know whether there's any other multi-use trails say in Grey County?
Typical example is the railroad track from Dundalk to Owen Sound, right? Is
Well, that's a
multi-use.
good one. Yeah,
It's multi-use.
yeah.
But again, I don't know how, I was thinking about the other day, how do they have gates? So how do they set their gates up so that, like in the wintertime, I think they open their gates, but in the summertime, how do the ATVers get through there with the gates? I don't know how that works. Maybe Chris knows.
Go ahead.
For instance, over in Markdale, I can't even remember the road number, but coming out of Markdale, it again is a multi-use trail, and it is used for snowmobiles, ATVs, walkers, skiers, hikers, everything. And they just adjust the gates, they open them up to allow us through, and they do close them. And even with them closed, ATVs can still get through. So, but it is over that way is all multi-use trails, right into Markdale, across to Kimberley, everything. So.
Yeah, so there's a lot of evidence, and I do believe there's a number of places at the present moment where the Snowmobile Club is using municipal property, a couple of on open roads or minimum maintenance roads. Yeah, non-winter maintained. There we go. Where Snowmobile Club's using. Good conversation. Do we have any making a motion, or go ahead, Councillor Townsend?
I will make a motion that we allow the Durham and District Trailblazers to proceed with moving their trail into Durham.
Amy, you want to paraphrase that?
Yeah.
Through you, Mayor Eccles, thank you for that. So what I might suggest is West Grey already has a memorandum of understanding signed with the West Grey Durham District Trailblazers for the use of road allowances, et cetera, within West Grey that expires on April 1st, 2024. What I might suggest is that council direct staff to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Durham District Trailblazers, tongue twister on that one, for the use of this particular trail, have that MOU also expire on April 1st, 2024. And then in future years, they could all be placed on one memorandum of understanding together. And just for clarity to, through Mayor Eccles to Councillor Townsend, which section of trail were we referring to just for the motion?
Douglas Street to Riverside Park. That's what you're looking for? Yeah. Seconder for that? Councillor Hutchison. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Hutchison. Councillor Hutchison has a comment. Go ahead.
I am sort of curious of what Cody might add to this conversation, because this is coming up later on in our agenda about our trails and some signage and whatnot. So obviously this is going to change the signage that he's promoting. But but I'm also curious of what input he might have on this in terms of our insurance and what they saw. So I wouldn't mind hearing from him if we could.
All right. We did see him. He was gone. We see him again. Halloween's over. He's almost like a ghost, in and out. So, yeah. Sorry, Cody. Question for you. Did you catch all of that and prepared to make a comment? Go ahead, Cody.
Good morning, and through you, yes, I believe I caught everything. Through this process, we did engage our municipal insurer through the report you'll see later on the agenda, but also when this delegation came forward, we engaged our insurer again. Basically, their advice was this is possible, but there's some things that need to get into place beforehand. There'd be a few bylaws and agreements that we would need to have with the group. But one thing council does need to be aware of if we were to go forward with this, that the trails need to be maintained and inspected the exact same as a roadway. So it may lead to a service level change on the trail system.
So I think what you're saying is we need to check it. So for exercise, it's not that long of a trail to inspect on a weekly basis or whatever. Yes? That was a question, Cody. Yes or no?
I would defer to our public works staff on the minimum maintenance standards for trail system. However, it would need from our insurer, the advice is that it would need to be inspected and maintained to the same level as a roadway. So however, we're currently maintaining our roadways, we would have to do the same on the trail system.
So the trail right now is inspected by the Public Works Department and maintained to a municipal road standard?
No, it's currently not.
Okay, I'm going to leave it at that. Doug.
Well, I think before we would finalize that I would like to look at other municipalities that have multi-use trails and get their standards. There's all kinds of standards out there. So just to double check to make sure that we're on the right path. But as I had mentioned before, yeah, we'd definitely have to do some work in terms of opening it up a bit more for multi-use. I think if we go with snowmobile, I think we got to go ATVs at the same time and open it up to multi-use because I think it'll be difficult to one group and not the other, but maybe not. Maybe that's something we can do. But and I think the snowmobile club has some. I'm sure they have some standards in terms of width of trail when it comes to the groomer and that type of thing, right? So again, it depends. I guess if we aren't going to allow the ATVs in the summertime, then maybe we don't need to up the standard sort of thing. So I think there's some questions there we need to answer. So
I think the way that the motion is read, developing an MOE, and those answers should come MOU, that they would come out in that coming back from us. Would be my understanding in developing that MOU. Okay. Yeah. But in developing it, answering some of those questions that Councillor Hutchison had. Any other questions or comments on the motion that's on the floor? Councillor Shay, Jeff?
So the motion, could I hear the motion again, please?
Through you, Mayor Eccles, to council, the motion is that in consideration of a delegation provided on November 7th, 2023 by Chris McNabb, Durham and District Trailblazers respecting proposed snowmobile trail in the downtown Durham area, council directs staff to enter into an MOU with the Durham and District Trailblazers ending April 1st, 2024 for the use of the trail between Douglas Street and Riverside Park.
Okay, so it's not coming back to council. I'm uncomfortable with receiving a delegation that's making a proposal to transform one of our municipal assets and approving the request in the delegation without having consulted with the other users of that asset. I think in principle, we should, when we receive significant requests from delegations like this should put it off to at least one other meeting, so that other interested parties would have an opportunity to have their voices heard as well. So I'd like to move that we defer this till the next regular council meeting.
Okay. Motion to defer. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Forster. Motion to defer can be debated, if I'm correct on that. I've been corrected a couple of times on that one, so I think I've got it down pat now. Any further discussion on deferral? Councillor Hutchison. Doug, too.
Yeah, so one of the thoughts that I had when we've been talking about trails, and we've been talking about trails for some time, is that as we go forward, I was hoping that we would have a public meeting or public input as part of our, I know we're looking at in our budget, we're talking about a Trails and Recreation Master Plan. So I would hope that that would be part of the input. I agree with Councillor Shea. It's nice to hear from other groups because there are a lot of other groups that
Can I
use
cut
that.
you off there, Doug?
Sorry?
This is to defer. This motion is to defer, not
Right.
discussion on
Okay.
where we're going on the trails. Or
Okay,
anything
so I
else.
was giving my argument of why I would suggest that we
Just
defer.
supporting the
Okay,
deferral or-
that's fine.
Okay. Sorry, I'm learning some of those things as well too. I keep legislative director. Okay, so we have a motion to defer. Any more comments on the deferral? All those in favor of deferring? Opposed? That motion is lost. So that motion is carried. We do defer to, and there was a specific date in there, to the next council meeting, which is November 21st. Okay. Anything else, Jamie? No? Chris, thank you very much. Don, for the delegation. And obviously you'll hear more from us on November the 21st. And if we can keep the snow away, it won't interfere with your participation in your chosen hobby. Okay, thanks, Chris. All right. We've been in there an hour. There's no public meetings. Comment period. At this time, there's anybody that wants to make a comment? Do we have anybody online, Sheila? No, nothing addressed. Okay. Don't believe there's any unfinished business. Does council want to take a 5-minute stretch break? Refresh the tea or coffee cups? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. Let's try and be back by 25 after. Mhm. Okay, let's call the meeting back to order. Thank you. Everything's okay there, Sheila? Great. Adoption of the minutes. First one, we have the minutes of a special council meeting held October the 10th. Moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchison, seconded by Councillor Townsend. Good one. Any questions or comments on those minutes? On the motion, seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Regular council meeting of October the 17th. We have a mover and a seconder for those. Moved by Councillor Forrester, second by Councillor Noon. Questions or comments on the motion? Call. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. And the public meeting held October the 17th. Do we have a mover and a seconder for those minutes? Moved by Councillor Townsend, second by Councillor Shea. Any questions on that motion? Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. 9.1 committee and board reports, 9.1 to 9.6. We have a motion to receive those as presented. Moved by Councilor Deputy Mayor Hutchison. Sorry, Tom. And seconder, Councillor Forrester. To receive those minutes from Saugeen Mobility, Saugeen Valley, and Westgate Police Services, and the Westgate Public Library. Oh, sorry. Saugeen, yep, and the airport. Thanks, Tom. Any questions on the motion? Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Correspondence. We have a number of correspondence in the package, 3 of them that need to be addressed with direction. We'll deal with those before we take the other ones presented as information. The correspondence meeting, 10.1.1, Darlene Lamaberti, naming opportunity at the Markdale Hospital. Just as a bit of a background, the municipality has given a sizable donation to the new Markdale Hospital, and in that, along with most other municipal bodies, we had a presentation at County Council about a month ago with this as well too, for the naming of different areas. And Ms. Lamberti has, in her correspondence, given us 2 different opportunities. This is at no greater cost. We've already are working on fulfilling our commitment to that. And this is a way of recognition for the municipality of West Grey and the new Markdale Hospital, which certainly serves a fair bit of the community. Signs will be made up, and as I said, it will be at no cost to the municipality, but there is 2 in there, and that's the direction we're looking for. What's council feel? Deputy Mayor, Tom?
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. I do like the digital imaging department because I know it's exceptionally busy, so would be a high traffic area for recognition for West Grey. I would put that one forward.
Okay. One option from the deputy mayor is to go to the digital imaging. Everybody agrees? Joyce?
Thank you. I like number 2 only because with patients. So it's like we represent like West Grey, the patients using the Markdale facility. So I don't know, more recognition for the fact that people from West Grey would be in that location more than the other. So I like the idea of the recognition for item number 2. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll need a motion Joyce, good, you got your hand up.
I recommend that we have recognition for Wes Gray with item number 2, office in the inpatient department.
Okay, I have a seconder for that. Tom,
As I like fair play and respect Joyce Noon's or Councillor Noon's decision, I will support that as a seconder.
Andy. Sleep, no. Any discussion on the motion? Call the question. All those in favor? Sounds great. Okay. So it's inpatient. Just as very good. I'll let staff, Jamie, will get a hold of Darlene and we will move forward with that. Second one is municipal delegation requests from the Rural Ontario Municipal Association. Any, have that in front of us. This is time sensitive. Jamie, if I'm correct, it has to be in the 20th of November and our next meeting is the 21st. So over the weekend or whatnot, since we've had the package, has anybody come up with the minister's requests? I would like to put one forward would be, and I'm stumbling on which ministry to go to. It's not municipal affairs. I don't know whether it's Attorney General, but it is a question that I asked at AMO and I certainly haven't had any response on it. It's something we've addressed here at council is merging on title, properties that merge on title. And we've had at our public planning session where a farm has been in the name for 100 years, but back in 1980, 81, the registry office merged those on title for different purposes. Individuals want to sell or build or something and they think that they can do it on this 100 acres or have a severance. Oh, no. That property is merged, it's sitting on title, so I can't. So they have to go through the whole planning process to sever the 100 acres from the other one, and I had no idea over the last 40, 50 years, 40 years anyways, that has happened, and costs them somewhere between 5 to 10, sometimes $5,000 to $10,000 to get that severance through. And I just think it's terrible that by the direction of a pen, I don't think it was called a ministerial order at that point in time, as we've seen in a few places lately, but it was just something that was done. So I'd like the ministry to address that, because we certainly haven't had any response from my question from the Bear Pit session at AMO on that one yet. So further to follow up. That's my request anyways, to put it into that ministry. Any other requests for ministers? We're off to Roma. This is for the Roma conference in January. Doug?
Well, it'd be nice to request some money, but I don't know how we go about that, but.
How do we Minister of Finance? I can tell you which ministry that is.
Well, yeah, so I'm not sure if we just go with our hand out, but maybe there's some way we could make it known that we struggle along with a lot of other municipalities to make ends meet. So I'm not sure how we want to go about that, but that might be one that we could look into.
We can put in the application for it anyways. Anything else? Anyone else? Certainly towards that, a number of programs that the ministry has come out from the provincial government with provincial funding. Sometimes you're into them. One of the biggest things, you're into it for 4 or 5 years. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're still supplying funding to you. Yeah, but that's the funding from 5 years ago to deliver the program today. Yeah, you haven't increased the funding any, even to match inflation. So that's a big address, certainly brought up at the county the other day. Okay, anybody have any other thoughts? Deputy Mayor.
If I may, Mayor Eccles. So along, I guess, basically working along in unison with Councillor Hutchinson's suggestion, I think we've got to revisit this infrastructure, and we can bundle that in, because we've got a lot of stuff coming at us here in the next few years, and we're certainly underfunded, and we're not going to accomplish. There's no way we're going to meet what the demands are from our own community. We just can't do it. So I don't know, we talk to infrastructure. There's got to be other avenues, or maybe different revenue sources. Again, maybe they tie in hand in hand, but we're going to certainly need some help in that. I don't know so much MTO, or I think it's more funding. We can accomplish the goals. We need funding. So I think that's a good segue into that conversation as well. Thank you.
Okay. Was that just direction we'll need for that, or do we need a motion on those?
Through Mayor Eccles, I would suggest that a motion be made. I do have something drafted based on the conversation that I had heard. So if council wants to make a motion, I can read this out to you.
Please then, go ahead, read it out.
That in consideration of correspondence received from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing respecting 2024 Roma Conference delegations, council directs staff to submit requests for delegation respecting properties inadvertently merging on title and additional funding for infrastructure.
Move by the Deputy Mayor, seconder. Councillor Noon. Any further questions or comments on the motion? Joyce.
Well, thank you. Do we have to be specific with the infrastructure, like, because bridges is a big cost burden to West Grey currently with the bridge report that's come out? Like, we're going to have a lot of needs for that in the future.
I wouldn't think so. I think, it's how we'll have staff make the presentation and whatnot. The bridges, certainly our road infrastructure would be right up there. And yeah, so I'm looking, Madam CEO is nodding to that. Yep. Okay. Any other questions on the motion? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay. Number 3, 10.1.3, Shirley Young, President of Elmwood Chamber of Commerce. A new location for the nativity scene. Shirley's making a request to have the nativity scene, which in Elmwood has been at the fire hall, ballpark, playground area there, being moved, be allowed to be over on the former library property. The building was removed and it's vacant. How does council want to deal with this one? Doug?
I thought at one time we talked about selling that property, but I guess we never got anywhere on it. So there was some interest in local property owner wanting to buy that, but so I guess it's still in our hands, so sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's curious.
As far as that's my understanding, yes, so we're still 100% owner of that. Tom?
Mayor Eccles, is there still power on that property? I thought there was no services there.
I think staff has checked into that and the services have been removed, yes. So maybe there's going to be more light in Elmwood, it'll be solar.
Jeff? I move we grant the request.
Okay. Councillor Shea moves grant the request for Elmwood Chamber to use property. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Hutchison. I take it that the motion, Councillor Shea, was to use the property for the nativity scene. Yeah, specific.
Through your miracles, I have that in consideration of correspondence received on October 12, 2023 from Shirley Young, Elmwood Chamber of Commerce respecting new location for nativity scene. Council authorizes the Elmwood Chamber of Commerce to locate its nativity scene on the former Elmwood Library property being 25 Main Street, South Elmwood.
Good. Is there anything in there on time? Like from the 1st of December till 1st of May? Or? That was one of their reasons for wanting it to move up there, because they couldn't get it out in a timely fashion from the other area. It's kind of in the correspondence. I don't believe there's anything in there. And I don't believe it would hurt one way or the other whether it is left there for an extended period. Other than the fact that we do put some municipal snow on there in the cleaning areas. Councillor Hutchison.
Do we need to put a condition in there and whatnot in case we do have someone wants to come forward to buy that property? Should we have a condition as available?
I'm going to say if we had somebody make research on that property, we probably couldn't close it until we're in 1st November right now. I doubt if we'd have a closing date, we could extend the closing date until after the Christmas season and accommodate it.
Just my concern is that, you know, even if it's 5 years down the road, somebody offers to purchase the property and then this group, Elmwood Chamber says, well, you guys told us we could use it. And now you're taking it away, right? So I don't know whether we just need to have a rider or something in there to say, unless.
Jamie wants to make a comment on that.
Through your Mayor Eccles to Councillor Hutchinson, I don't think any such wording would be required in the motion. It is municipal property. If the municipality wishes to dispose of that property and it's sold to a private individual, then anything that was previously granted or permitted on that property would cease to exist. So if we were to sell that in the future, then this motion would no longer be relevant.
All right, anything else on that? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. The other correspondence are for received for information. 1 to 12, I believe it is. I have a motion to, move to receive those ones for information. Moved by Councillor Shea. Thanks, Jeff. Seconder. Councillor Forster. Any questions on that? Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Okay. That's correspondence. Staff reports, 11.1. Let's start with the Chief Administrative Officer. Ms. Johnson, this is your report.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles, and through you to council. This is an information report just to provide some updates on the dialogue that we've been having with Hanover and the county regarding growth opportunities in South Grey. I'm happy to say that those conversations have been collaborative, respectful, and moving things along. So if there's any questions, happy to answer. Our next meeting, as outlined in the report, is coming up soon. I can't quite recall, December, where I hope that we can bring back more details specifically on next steps. Right now, we've been laying the groundwork. Now we really need to start talking about specifics, and I think we're going to get to that in December.
Okay, thank you. We're here for information, and certainly no action required at this point in time. Questions? I would ask for a motion to receive the report. Moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Deputy Mayor Hutchison. Any further conversation on the motion? Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Director of Legislative Services, Clerk. Jamie, you want to give us the 2024 calendar? Any further comments on that?
Through your Mayor Eccles, no further comments on that. Just to provide a brief summary, though, the 2024 calendar was modeled off of the 2023 calendars, meetings being held on the first and third Tuesday monthly at 9 a.m. with committee of adjustment and public meetings being held in the afternoon on the second and fourth Tuesdays respectively.
Okay. And we've adjusted for all holidays and everything that are in there. Okay. With that in mind, is there somebody who would move acceptance of the 2024 calendar? Deputy Mayor Hutchison and Councillor Forrester. Okay, any questions on the motion? Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. And 11.2.2 is request from the West Grey Library Board for an additional member. Jamie, do you want to give any background information on this one?
Certainly, through your miracles, the West Grey Public Library CEO reached out to me within the last couple of weeks, noting that the board has requested an additional library board member. Council currently appoints a mix of council and public members to the library board. The current library board composition is 6 members. As required by the Act, the board must have 5 members, so they've met their requirements under the Libraries Act. So no additional public member or council member is required for the library board at this time. Council may appoint an additional council member. If you so choose, you may direct staff to advertise for an additional public member, or you may leave the board composition at 6 members as they're currently at their requirement for minimum number of members. Should council wish to appoint an additional council or public member, direction would be required for that.
Okay, comments, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. I would move that we would add Councillor Townsend to that board.
Okay. Jamie.
Through your miracles, if council wishes, or if more than one councillor wishes to put their name forward, we should go through the nomination process. If it's just one individual on council that wants to stand, then we don't need to do that. However, just putting that out there for consideration.
Okay. Tom, I'm going to look towards Doug 1. Yep, you're good.
Was that him?
You're Doug 2.
Oh, sorry.
So, yeah, I'm going to take comments from you, Doug, if you want.
I will stand, yes.
Yeah. Doug 2. Mr. Hutchison.
Sorry, was that a motion? Or that's just a suggestion?
I'm going to let Jamie interpret that.
Through your miracles, as stated, if more than one council member wishes to stand for appointment, then we would go through the nomination process whereby council members could put their names forward. If they accept to stand for nomination, we would then vote on the number of individuals informally on who council wishes to appoint. After that, we would do a formal motion to appoint that member to the board. So I do have a procedure that we can follow if that's council's wish.
Okay, I don't know where this falls in your procedure, but anyways, I was going to suggest that we advertise for a public member. We have 2 council members on that, nothing against Councillor Townsend, but we have 2 members on that, and I've been on that board before when we actually had 2 and then 1 more showed up. We ended up with 3. So I would like to see us, I just think it's council weighted when you get 3 council members and out of 7 members. So I would like to see us advertise for a public member to join the board. Just gives us greater public input.
What we have on the floor, so is we open it up for nominations to see whether council was going to appoint some member of council. Deputy Mayor has made that. Councillor Townsend feels he wouldn't, yeah, he'll accept that. So we're already have that motion on the floor. So I'm going to suggest that yours is out of order, Doug, Councillor Hutchison. And then suggest to, or open it. Does anybody else, is there any other nominees for this position? Going once, going twice. Okay. So we have a person that has been, the direction is to appoint council member Townsend. And I need that in a motion then. Sorry, need that seconded. We have a motion that one goes forward. The seconder, Councillor Noon. Thank you. Any comments or questions on Councillor Townsend? Doug?
Since my comments were out of order, can I say them now?
Yes.
Yeah. Nothing against Councillor Townsend, but I do believe that I feel that a public member should be on this board, so they have, it's a little heavier weighted for the public rather than council. Council having 3 out of the 7 members, so that's my opinion, that's all.
Okay. Motion is on the floor, so we'll vote on that coming up.
Mayor Eccles, it's just for my own clarity, if I may, or all of us anyway. I believe we're nominating an additional council member, and I believe I heard that we could go back out to add another public member, but we're voting now on nominating just the council member, correct?
Through you, Mayor Eccles, based on my interpretation of the conversation, the additional member that the board has requested, as per your motion, you're recommending that Councillor Townsend fill that role. Should council wish to appoint additional members in addition to Councillor Townsend, should this motion pass, that's certainly your prerogative. However, the board only requires 5 members to operate. They have 6 currently, so there's no requirement for an additional member to be appointed.
Thank you for the clarity, and I will stand with my nomination to appoint Councillor Townsend to the board. Thank you.
Okay. So we have that moved and seconded. No other comments? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. All right. Yeah, they're fighting down there. We'll have to separate them at some point in time. Won't be as much fun. All right, that's done with that. Thank you, Jamie. 11.3, Director of Development Infrastructure, CBO. Exempt park lot control. This is yours, Carl. Got any comments?
Yes, thank you. Through your worship, it's just a bylaw to, in essence, sever a piece of property. It's just a different process where it's under a plan of subdivision. So rather than going through a consent process through the Committee of Adjustment, they just go through a part lot control exemption bylaw. So we just, if council so chooses to approve the bylaw, then the property would move forward with a severance. This is normally done within what you would sort of normally ascertain as a subdivision, similar to a new subdivision at the top of the hill. But the property location in this case is technically within a plan of subdivision. It's an older plan of subdivision, but it is definitely within. We've had a legal opinion provided by our municipal solicitor that it is within a plan of subdivision and that we are fully permissible to go ahead and use this planning act to provide the severance for this applicant.
Okay. Thanks, Carl. Any comments to the director before we introduce the motion? Councillor Hutchison, Doug.
Yeah, just a question about the easement. So the easement coming off to the east, it looks like goes across along the one property and then across the back so that the person in the middle can access their backyard through that easement. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's a similar easement for any townhouse or row housing that we've completed so that those middle units can, get things like lawnmowers and yard equipment, whatever, to the backyard without having to take the equipment through their house.
Okay. I'm sort of curious, I mean, it's not directly involved in this application, but the property to the east, is that an easement right beside the other easement, like that goes to the back of that garage? Like it's sort of wonky the way that's broken up there. Do we know that?
Yeah, I don't have any legal information on the property to the east. I can look into it to find that out, but I don't have that in front of me.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Anything else? Do you see we have our planner on the screen today? Welcome, Mary. Anything further to add to this? No.
So are you asking me if I have anything further to say?
Yes.
Oh, no, I have no further, the report
Okay.
that Mr.
Yep.
has
I just
written
saw-
is fine.
Just saw you on the screen and you zoomed in and I'm thinking, oh, maybe she's got something very important here. No, it shouldn't be. It's pretty straightforward process that we're working on here. Do I have a mover for the motion that is the recommendation in the report? Moved by Councillor Shea, seconded by, I'm going to pick Councillor Townsend. Any further comments, questions on this? Call the question and all those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Okay. Next one is down to planning staff. The first one is the zoning amendment 15.2023. Elizabeth Hines. This has come through the committee of adjustment or planning, probably one of those two anyways. Any comments going forward on this one, Carl or Mary?
I just wanted to let council know that as council and the committee of adjustment, you've already seen the application that they applied for, the consent, which was a lot addition. The property that was conveying the lands to the adjacent property actually was deficient in quite a lot of the standards within the zoning bylaw because it was a very small lot. And as a result of conveying 0.5 hectares of land away, it actually became smaller. And as a result of us having to do the zoning bylaw, we're also recognizing all of the other standards that they were not meeting through this bylaw. And we do support the application.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So the recommendation is there. Is there any other questions about it? We didn't address before in the committee of adjustment. And I'll look for somebody to move the recommendation. Councillor Forrester, seconder. Councillor Noon. Thank you, Joyce. Okay, it's been moved and seconded the recommendation to accept the application and prepare the bylaw. If there's no other questions or comments, call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. The second one there, Mary, is 11.4.2, zoning amendment 29, 2023. From, oh boy. Rydick? Crystal Rydick? Weird. Am I close? Wider. You say tomato and I say tomato. Fine, okay. Mary, anything
So
further
this,
on this one?
thank you. This application is a result of a committee of adjustment application as well that happened in April of this year to sever 0.13 of a hectare of residential and add it to another lands. As a result, the retained lands are only 0.12 hectares, and as one of the conditions of it, they had to provide documentation that the retained lands could actually be able to provide a well and septic system on it. The building department has received information from an individual that has indicated that private septic and a well are able to be accommodated on the retained lands. So the zoning exemption would recognize the reduced lot area for the retained lands, and that's the purpose of the application before you today.
Okay.
And we do support the application.
Thank you. Thanks, Mary. Any further questions before we move the recommendation in the report? I'd ask there to be a mover for the report, for the recommendation. Councillor Townsend and Councillor Hutchison. Okay. Any questions on the motion? Comments? Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. That's all. Thank you very much, Mary.
Thank you. See you this afternoon.
Carl? Yes, see you this afternoon. Down 11.5, Manager of Public Works. Welcome this morning, Jeff.
Good morning.
Painting of the Newstead Water Tower. Give us anything else on this report, package that we've got, Jeff?
Through you, your worship, this is simply an update from the previous report where council authorized the expenditure. The contract is now complete and we require the signature of the mayor and the clerk. And with council's indulgence, the authorization to do so, please.
Just the question to the director, any idea when we will know whether there's lead in the paint? How long will that be before they get back to us on that?
Yes, through you, your worship. At this point in the season to do the sampling now, frost is a real concern. So we want to do it immediately before painting in the spring. Otherwise, there would be an additional unnecessary charge to ensure the sample locations are not subject to further deterioration over the winter. So first thing in the spring, I guess, is the correct answer. Thank you.
So we won't know the total cost then until after that report comes back to us, and because that's a significant difference in the cost of the project, right? Thank you.
Okay. Give a motion to get this on the move. Do we have anybody that will move the recommendation? All right, great. I'm way ahead of time here. Yep, you're right. Community services. You told me I've already got it all done. Yeah, I was looking for the vote. Then slow down. Okay. We have the mover and the seconder. Can we have the vote? All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Jeff. Now, community services. 11.6.1, community services, recreation trails update. Cody, welcome this morning.
Good morning.
Again, now you're in person.
Now I'm in
not
person.
Just on the screen. Your report on the community trails, or specifically the Durham recreational trails update. Give us an update.
Through you, a fairly straightforward report in front of council. As council will be aware, we have been working on a trail system for quite some time now. We recently engaged our municipal insurer to do a walk of the trail, and there's a recommendation in place for signage and further installation of access control gates.
Okay. Any further questions on the report? Councillor Hutchison.
So as you're aware of, this morning we had a group come to us about the use of the trail, which is somewhat throws a bit of a curve into what we were thinking, because originally we had planned to sort of gate it off, not used for motorized vehicles. But given that the group wanted to use it for the snowmobile trail in the winter time, which it has only partially been used in the past, then I think that is something we have to think about and discuss. And obviously we, from our motion this morning or earlier today, we put off to defer making that decision until we have more input. And I guess my question is, how do we get the public input in that short time period that we can bring this back in November 21st council meeting about the use of the trail, who used the trail? Are there any other concerns? What does it look like? I know with the Snowmobile Club, they have their own standards and whatnot, so they obviously would help to bring this trail up to their standards and so on. So I think it opens up a lot of questions. Interesting what maybe Mr. Hewitt has to say about the delegation.
Okay, Cody, go ahead.
Through you, trying to get public input in a 2-week turnaround would be quite the feat. What we would most likely do with this is place a pause on the infrastructure that we would like to install currently until council has made a decision of what we would like to do, given this morning's delegation. With that being said, I would like to clarify this morning, I was a little bit remiss in my comments. So there is current inspection going on of the trails that are beside the roadways, as well as the unopened road allowances that the current users are using for snowmobile and ATV groups. And that inspection is done by the groups basically as they are going along the trail. With that being said, with my comments this morning, if council does permit the use of those groups to use the in-town recreational trail system, the inspection will fall onto the municipality for that. With that being said, probably placing a pause on the installation of the signs and gates until council makes a decision would probably be the best step moving forward. And if we needed to at the time, we could approach council about potentially putting the $10,000 that was allocated for this year into reserve so that we could get the work plan for this year done, hopefully after the decision is made.
Yeah, so my thoughts are, I know the Snowmobile Club would like to be able to use the trail this year, which means they would have to come in and do some work on the trail. That was my concern in terms of the mapping because or the signage, because in the signage, we have signed it as no motorized vehicles. So that would have to change. But I do think that going forward, if we're going to do this, that we need to work it so that it doesn't maybe become an ATV trail, or if we do, I'd have to think about how that's going to work. Like the ATV trail, the ATVs can go on the roads, and it's not part of their trail system now, with the exception they do use that couple chunks at the south end, which isn't part of their official trail. So we have to think about how the ATVers fit into this. If we restrict them, but we allow the snowmobiles, that's fine. You know, what does that look like in terms of our gates, the groomer and so on? So I think there's some things we have to iron out here going forward, but I know they would like to be able to use it this year. And going forward, I do think it would be nice to have a public meeting. Like you say, I don't think the time frame will allow us to, but we can get input from our police department, which are going to maintain this, our public works and so on. So we can call on a number of people, maybe our other users. I don't know how we get to them, but anyways, be nice to get some input before that next meeting. So.
Anything further? Councillor Shea.
To follow up on Doug's comments, is there any chance of doing some sort of public consultation before the next council meeting, like using our social media to just even announce that this is on the next council agenda?
Through you, and I will defer to Madam CAO. And please correct me if I'm stepping out of turn, but we would be able to do some through our social media, even just announcing that it's on the next council agenda and try to gauge some public input through those channels.
Would there also be a time to do a quick survey of our neighbors to see how many urban trails support motorized vehicles?
Yes, we could confer with the neighboring municipalities.
Okay, anything further? Councillor Townsend, Doug?
I think the Snowmobile Club's asking for MOU, or we were proposing the MOU to be to go through this season and would then fall into line with their normal MOU, which I believe is April. I think is what the clerk mentioned this morning. So even if we entered into that this year, it would give us a better understanding. And then if we had public meetings on trails and stuff in the spring, they'd have a season, or what a snowmobile season is in this area anymore, under their belt. And it might allow both parties, snowmobilers and trail users, the opportunity to kind of see how they could cohabitate on that section of trail. Just a thought.
Very good. Councillor Noon, Joyce.
Thank you, and thanks for the update, Cody. I just have one concern. You mentioned that if it becomes a trail for motorized vehicles, then it becomes under the jurisdiction of the municipality to ensure that the trail meets regulations. Would that not also apply even if it's just currently a walking trail, because residents are using it and we're looking at, keeping it open to the public and so on and so forth? So I guess I'm just kind of confused where one applies and just because it's motorized. I would think that it would still be under the umbrella for whatever it's used for insurance wise. Thank you.
Being recreational trails only intended for non-motorized use, the inspection is quite different. It's when it becomes a multi-use trail that the inspection criteria increases. For a recreational trail, just as proposed, the inspection is very minimal. But if it becomes multi-use with motorized vehicles, then the inspection criteria increases significantly.
So just for clarification, then it's still overlooked by someone from the municipality just currently for the walking trail. Thank you.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So this one's an update. Making a recommendation in here for that. So it's some, Councillor Noon, Joyce?
Based on with the delegation earlier today, would this not have to be tabled because the signage and everything currently would have to be changed if we're going to accommodate motorized vehicles? So I can't see how we can support the current information that's brought forward without knowing more from a public consultation to approve this. Thank you.
Jamie?
Through your Mayor Eccles, the recommendation in the report is that council support in principle an annual budget contribution of $10,000 for ongoing development and maintenance of the West Grey recreational trail system. So given the way the recommendation is worded, I don't know that it would have to be tabled today and dealt with after the previous matters dealt with, just given that there's no firm commitment in terms of actually installing signage or what that signage looks like in this recommendation as it stands.
Okay. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles, and I will move the recommendation that's on the report. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Hutchison. All right. Anything further? Further questions on this motion? Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that's carried. All right. Second one, you've got another one down here. Recreational services, developing an agreement with the soccer club. Cody, further?
Through you, we currently have a long-standing agreement in place with the West Grey Soccer Club that allows them the use of the soccer pitch located just around the corner from the arena there. The current agreement has since expired, or will be expiring rather, and has served both parties well. So staff have no concerns with entering into an agreement for another 10-year term.
Okay, thank you. Council, there's recommendation in there. Council want to Put the motion on the floor to approve the recommendation. Councillor Townsend, second, Councillor Noon. Questions or comments? Councillor Hutchison, Doug?
Yeah, a couple questions. Do we have a copy of the agreement? Have we seen a copy? It's not an agenda, is it?
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
Through you, yes, staff have a copy of the agreement and have reviewed it, but there was not a copy included in the agenda.
Okay, so personally, I wouldn't mind taking a look at that, but the other question I had was in the agreement, the municipality covers the cost of water, sewers, and property taxes. So outside of that, the soccer club doesn't get any other funds, and that's where that brings us to the question of applying for funding. So our groups, our user groups, or our groups out there that have asked for funding are to go through an application process. So I'm just curious of where we are in that, and because that's part and parcel of this in terms of getting funding to help carry on what they're doing. So is the application process underway? How do people like the soccer club get access to these funds? Is that in the current stage? Where are we at?
Through you, Mayor Eccles. The grants to organizations application window did open back in September, and individuals who had received funds previously were notified of that application window being open. It was also promoted on our social media channels and will continue to be moving forward. So there's no issues from that perspective.
Okay. We'll let this one move and seconded. Any other questions or comments on this? Other than the water sewer financial commitment from the municipality through this 10-year agreement is minimal?
For you, outside of water, sewer, and property taxes, there is no financial commitment outside of those items listed. And if I can, in the grants to organizations, when we did send out notification, I do know that the West Grey Soccer Club was notified.
Okay. No other questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Okay. Questions? Any questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Tom?
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. This past week, I did receive a couple calls from some citizens in Durham regarding the location of the dog park, which has been on a previous agenda and discussion. We've had delegations on it. I believe way back when this first came forward that we did have staff discuss with some of the citizens that are directly in that area where the proposed dog park was going. The concern that I have received was that they have not had any correspondence from other than what's been publicly on our agendas and the delegation. So I don't know, we're too far down. They would just like to, they're not opposed to it. I want to state that, but just want to know if we have had discussions in that immediate area there with the neighbors that could be possibly affected by it. Thank you. So it's a question to staff.
Which staff person has comments? Cody. Thank you.
Through you, and thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. So this project is a long-standing project and run partially through.
Speak. You're being pretty quiet over there. That's not like you. Speak up.
This project is a long-standing project and is done in consultation with the Durham Lions Club. The club did speak with residents directly adjacent to the park, but did not extend that beyond the 3 to 4 properties that would directly be backing on to the park.
And
Yep.
further to that, there was no no formal notification required, as it was not a change of use for the property. It still fits under the current zoning and use.
Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. Okay, yeah, no, I would respect the fact that I'm certain that the Lions have done that. I can't state that for a fact, but I'm sure they would do their due diligence. There is some concern, and I don't know if it's, well, I probably with the concerned citizens, and again, they're not opposed to what we're proposing here. I think it's probably worth, so we don't miss the mark, to get out and maybe have that discussion. I believe I know 2 for sure that I had received calls from, but I believe the numbers beyond that, again, they had one person basically come forward. So I don't know if it warrants maybe just to make sure that they all understand what we're doing. There's no noise bylaw in place or anything like that. They were concerned about the noise, and they were concerned about the use and people cleaning up after their pets, and it's just some of the questions, basic questions. I don't know which way we can go with this, but they have reached out, and they were just concerned that we hadn't engaged with them on the proposed project. So I'm not sure if I'm not sure way back when they came forward, if that question, and I believe, and I just can't recall, but my memory states that we did ask for some conversation or discussion with those neighbors way back when, I think when the delegation came, but I can't quote that, but I'm pretty certain that was one of the first things that came forward. Thank you.
Councillor Hutchison.
Yeah, so Cody said that there's no land use change. So is a dog park classified as a part of this usage for this property?
Cody?
Through you, the current classification of the property in question allows for parkland use, which a dog park falls within.
The other thought is, I was a little concerned when I heard Deputy Mayor say about people calling him about concerns. So I would hope, and maybe the suggestion with the Lions blessing, is that we maybe West Gray and Lions could put together a letter, just circulate to the local people and say, this is proposed use of this area, and looking for your input and whatnot, just so that we've done our due diligence, I think. So I know we can't really tell the Lions what to do, but we can work with them to come up with something. So that would be my suggestion.
Any further? Cody.
If I may, through you, work is intended to take place starting this week. So pulling together a letter and thinking of mailing timelines may be quite difficult unless council were to place direction to potentially put the project on hold.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so just to follow up, and I respect, yes, I do want the project to move ahead. I think it's, we've supported it. I just think we've missed one step in this whole process, and whether the Lions had engaged, I think they were more looking, have we engaged from the staff? I think was kind of the question I had, and it's so I'm concerned that I want to make sure that we've reached out, we've engaged with the community, they understand whether they endorse it or not, at least that part of the project's completed. I guess is my concern. So again, I don't want to hold it up, but I don't know how quickly we can get out there just to kind of talk. It's not a lot of neighbors. I'm not sure how that would look. So if I could kind of leave that open, as I'd like to see that done before we proceed. Thank you.
Okay. Laura, I don't see you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have, from our perspective, the Lions confirm that they had conversations with area folks. We, through the public process of the agendas, which I understand that's not on everybody's to-do list immediately, but it is out there. We also do a council highlights follow-up. So, it's unfortunate that some neighbors feel that they didn't have the one-on-one awareness. We can drop off an information pamphlet. I guess our biggest question is going to be, are we proceeding regardless, or are we actually putting a hold on the project for that community feedback? We need to know what we're asking the residents, if we're just informing them that this is happening, or if we're looking for feedback, because that could affect what the project's looking like.
This would be my last part of this, and we'll move on. The intent was not to hold the project up in any way, shape, or form. I guess I'm just bringing it forward for discussion at the table here that is there something different that we could have done? That's all. So I certainly don't want to hold it up. I don't want to hold any of our projects up. So it was just more of generating, you know, some input. How do we go about this to make sure we hit the mark? And if you feel confident, Madam CEO, that the conversations have been completed, and I do support what you said there on social media. It's all public. I did tell the phone call, the people I received the calls from, that yes, it was totally transparent and it's all out there. So the last thing was to hold it up. I guess it was just kind of engaging in the conversation as we missed something according to the ones that don't follow us that close. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I mean, I agree. It's important for the, you know, those that are, you know, in the area to feel that they haven't been ignored, and we hear their comments. You know, if the project's going to proceed, we could ask them for suggestions. We could let them know that, you know, whatever their thoughts are, we'll take it under advisement. If that's the will of council, we can have letters taken to the neighbors across the road this week.
Cody, you want to comment?
And if I may further to Madam CIO's point, we are in the process currently of working with the Lions to draft rules and guidelines for the dog park. So maybe we could correspond with neighbors in drafting up those rules.
That would work. Councillor Townsend.
Just a question or a thought, I guess. Whenever an individual wants to kind of do a change of use of their property, they've got to go through procedures, and we let, you know, everybody know within 250 meters or whatever the deal is. As a municipality, when we do a change of use of property, whether we're putting in a playground, taking a playground out, changing, you know, the community garden across the road, putting in a dog park or whatever, we should follow the same standards and rules and let the neighbors know by letter what's going on, so that they're fully aware of what's going on those properties. Just a thought.
Okay. Conversation. I think staff has got direction there. Yeah, or understand the thoughts. Any other questions, comments? Nope. Well, that means we're down to bylaws. Thanks, Cody. First bylaw 13.1 is the confirming of the proceedings. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Townsend. Any questions or comments? Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Stop up and close a municipal road allowance, 13.2, bylaw 2023-117. And recommended. Been a fair bit of time getting this one here. So bylaw to do that. Moved by Councillor Forrester, seconded by Councillor Noon. Any questions or comments on the motion? Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Appoint a bylaw officer, enforcement officer, and authorize the agreement 13.3, bylaw number 2023-118. We have a mover and a seconder for this one. Councillor Townsend and Councillor Shea. Thank you. Any questions or comments? Councillor Noon.
Thank you, and through you. I know I've brought this up several times, and in reading the bylaw, I don't see anywhere in it, unless the wording is one of those things of how you interpretate it, but I don't see anywhere where it's driven by complaints in order for the property standards officer to enact on something that he visually sees and doesn't enforce. The other thing too, I don't see anywhere in the bylaw where the position provides reporting to the municipality as to course of actions he's taken or just some kind of a reporting. So I would like to see something either put into the bylaw reflecting these, or I would like to see that the enforcement is done more on a proactive seeing versus receiving. I look at our police force, and I know it's probably, I can't compare it apples to apples, but yes, the police are notified of an infraction of whether it's a dispute or whatever, and then they act on it. So that I get with maybe having the complaints form. But the police also have jurisdictions on speeding and other violations that they are mandated to look for the safety of our constituents or just anyone in the public. But I feel that the bylaw enforcement officer should have more clout to enforcing things that are, whether it's an eyesore or whatever, that's in his jurisdiction, to know that the people are being looked after, not have to do it by complaint. Those are just my thoughts, but if you can make some comment again, I know you've used in the past that has to go to court because if he goes out and charges one or violates or brings to attention of one person's property being so awful, like it needs to be cleaned up, whether it's derelict cars or just junk in general, versus not applying it to another. But if that's brought to his attention, then he applies to it as well. Because whether police is stopping a speeder and there's 4 of them speeding, he can only, grab one of the speeders or at that time. So I just want to kind of see some balance here with this position. Thank you.
Any comments on that, Carl?
Yes, thank you, through your worship. Thank you for the question. So a couple of questions, I think, in there. Basically, you had asked what's in the why the complaint-driven process isn't in the agreement. That's not something that would be in the agreement. That's a municipal policy. That's our West Grey policy on how to proceed and deal with bylaw infractions. It's a policy that's been developed through consultation with our municipal solicitor. The policy can be changed if council so directs to move to a proactive enforcement. Council can pick and choose which bylaws they want to go proactive on or not. But you have to do it on a fair and equal basis. So if you choose to enforce a certain bylaw, just because you happen to live next door to the bylaw enforcement officer doesn't mean that you should be enforced any more heavily than the guy, or girl that lives on the opposite side of the municipality. So you have to provide adequate funding for that bylaw enforcement officer to be proactive for the entire municipality. If you say, for example, well, I choose to enforce our trailer bylaw. So I want the bylaw enforcement officer to travel the entire municipality and look for all our trailer infractions. That is perfectly within council's jurisdiction and they can choose to do that. However, you have to provide adequate funding to do that. You can't say, well, I want the bylaw enforcement officer to enforce X number of bylaws, but then you can only work 5 hours a week. You can't. So you have to choose how you want to be proactive or not, whether you want to be complaint driven or not. And then staff can provide a budget that would be associated with the choice of council, and that would be council's decision to move forward with proactive enforcement or not. But right now, our budget only allows for complaint driven bylaw enforcement. if you want to move to any type of proactive, or then there was a budget line that would have to be attached to that, that would have to be approved by council.
Okay. Further, Joyce?
Sorry.
Thank you for that, but there's so much gray area because the bylaw sets out that he enacts on bylaws. The public doesn't know that it's driven by a policy. So to me, it's like you've got a performance of a job coming out of two jurisdictions, and I don't think that it really complements that position if he can't act on more without having, whether it's trailers or whether it's derelict cars or whatever the case may be. The bylaws for this position specifically says it acts on bylaws. So I don't know, I think maybe we need to relook at the bylaw. Does the bylaw, now that you mentioned about the policies, I don't remember reading how that the bylaw would coincide with the policy put in place on how many actual bylaws he has to act on within that 14 hours. I just think that there's too much gray areas concerning this position. Thank you.
I think where we're stuck here is the appointment bylaw is to appoint the officer. Then there's the other side of it, that the policies around what and everything. So this one specifically is that we have an officer. We'd have to go back and take a look, Carl, at the policy on how direction is given to get to, I think, the points that Councillor Noon is trying to address. Good with that?
Yes, that's correct. This is just the officer that takes direction from staff to follow the municipal policy that we have in place on how to react to and deal with bylaw enforcement complaints. So if council so wishes to change our policy or would request the, new policy brought forward, then, we, through a motion, you can do that, and council, our staff could bring that information forward and a budget associated with it.
Yeah. But that would be a different motion altogether. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. But what we're doing here is appointing based on the service and the value attached to it. And I think to pick up where Councillor Noon was going, because it is, I think, direct or connected to this. I guess what my question is, how do we know what we want to, hypothetically, we want to go after property standards? How do we know what that number would be to enhance the service? We don't, that's a really hard one to target. I think that's, if we wanted to go, again, I'm going to use that one. We'll leave it at that example, but how do we attach that value to that to get that service?
Yeah, through your worship. So, any budget associated or value of it would be very difficult to ascertain at first. It's one of those things. There's going to be a lot of infractions right away, right? If you start going proactive on whatever bylaw, there's going to be a lot of infractions at the very start, and then those, as we start to clean some of them up, then it would get less and less. But then at that point, you can choose to enforce another bylaw and move forward with proactive enforcement on a different bylaw. So, it is, I agree, it would be a hard number to ascertain, but I believe if we're looking at proactive enforcement, it's something that probably could not be or should not be done through a contract position, and would probably be better off brought as a staff position in-house, and it would be a full-time position, at least for the near future. And then again, depending on exactly which bylaws, if you choose to just, if council so chooses just to pick one bylaw that they wanted to enforce on a proactive nature, let's say the trailer bylaw or something, then yeah, that's probably something could be done by adding, a couple extra hours a week. But if you decide you want to go proactive on all bylaws and start enforcing all bylaw enforcement on a proactive basis, it would be a lot right away for sure. It would be a large, and some of these properties, they've been, especially properties in the rural areas, where they have no neighbors and they've had nobody to complain, that some of these things have been going on for many years. And I find the ones that have been going on, the longer they've been going on, the harder they are to get them to change.
One further, Joyce.
Thank you. I guess when it comes down to it, then I look at it, why have a bylaw then if we can't have the enforcement? Like it's a piece of paper. That's all it is. I think we need to show our taxpayers that we need to enforce something that they'll feel that they're getting some benefit, that we're looking after the whole community as a whole, that the bylaws are put there in a place, whether it's for safety, for the ambulance of the community, like whatever. It's just something that I think we need to serve our constituents a little better. Thank you.
Madam CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to build on the CBO's comments, part of effective bylaw is the compliance component. And we often forget that, as much as we have many bylaws, not every citizen is aware of the bylaw. So, I've always tried to change the narrative that it's a municipal bylaw compliance officer. We were going out there to tell them what the infraction is and ways to fix it. On 14 hours a week, that can't happen. And we can only act on what we know. And, and I know that the officers go out and they explain what's happening, what needs to happen. It's a little bit different than the police, where they have the power to give a ticket right away. It's a different process. So it's about seeking and achieving compliance. I would love that we could have a full-time bylaw officer. I think we're having a budget meeting next week. That's going to make that a very difficult conversation if we even want to go there. Right now, we have an effective bylaw system in place. It might not be the Cadillac, but at least it's a vehicle that's working. So, it's up to council how you want to set your service levels, but this is what we're proposing for the interim anyway.
Okay. Councillor Shea.
Can you give us any sort of idea how many infractions the bylaw officer enforces in a typical year, ballpark?
You want to jump in on this, Jamie?
Certainly, through you, Mayor, just while the Director of Infrastructure and Development is looking for that number, just to reiterate my point from the previous meeting, I do intend on bringing forward a report early in the new year to report on bylaw enforcement statistics for 2023, just for council's information as well.
And that will include complaints resolved and court action that's being taken, I imagine, being those statistics. Right. Carl?
Yes, through your worship. So in 2022, we received 34 complaints. For 2023, we are at 37 already.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I also note that in the police chief's monthly report to the board, he reports on bylaw infraction enforcement. So do we coordinate with the police to have them do any of the bylaw enforcement?
Yes, through your worship. So in general, the police, West Grey Police, are enforcing parking and noise bylaw. We do have our bylaw enforcement officer as well as our animal control officer, do work with West Grey Police, where they may attend properties with our officers in case of there's a perceived, danger or something attending a certain property. Then they will take police with them just in case. But otherwise, it's West Grey does in general, parking and noise They will get called for animal control after hours and things like that, and then that information will be passed on to our animal control officer.
Okay, anything else? I think to your point, Joyce, whether it comes through on budget and or maybe as a follow-up to the statistics going forward and trying to see whether the policy itself and how the operations are going forward to address some of the issues there. Okay. We have a bylaw duly moved and seconded. No further comments. Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Bylaw 13.4, bylaw number 2023-119, amend the fees and charges bylaw. Do I have somebody to move that? Moved by Councillor Hutchison, seconded by Councillor Townsend. Thank you. Any questions or comments on this bylaw? Councillor Forster.
All right, my question about this one. So this one is just doing the bylaw to change to charge for people using it, but not restricting who's parking there. Through Mayor Eccles to Councillor Forster, that is correct. This bylaw is to amend the fees and charges bylaw to charge for charging, not to regulate parking. The bylaw to regulate the parking respecting electric vehicles will come forward at a future meeting.
Okay. All right. Call the question then. No other? Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Bylaw 13.5, bylaw number 2023-120, a zoning amendment for Hines. Do we have a mover and a seconder for that? Moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchison, seconded by Councillor Shea. Any questions or comments on this one? It was just addressed in the staff report. Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Bylaw 13.7, bylaw 2023-122, part lot control on 130 Durham Road West. Oh, I'm sorry, I did. 13.6. Start to jump. Sorry, before we get to that one, we better do the one previous, 13.6, bylaw 2023-121. Zoning amendment 29, Widrick. This one was at the planning report previous. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Forster, second by Councillor Townsend. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Jamie. 13.7, bylaw 2023-122, part lot control on 130 Durham Road West. This was through a planning report as well. So moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchison, seconded by Councillor Noon. Any questions or comments? Councillor Hutchison.
Just a technicality, should that first line not say 130 Durham Road West instead of just 130 Durham Road? Just under the bylaw, the first line.
Through you, Mayor Eccles, yes, that is something that can be corrected as well prior to signing.
That's it. Technical, does it need to be passed as amended or? Yeah. So technically, we don't need a motion to amend. We just need to recognize that it is as amended. Pick up, Doug. Okay. Anything else? Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. That's it for bylaws. New business, notice of motion. Councillor Shea, as a traffic calming initiatives to deter speeding in urban areas. Jeff?
Pardon me. So I made this motion after consulting with Jeff Akins and the clerk. Whatever you've got there is contagious, I think, Deputy Mayor. There's in our urban communities and urban communities throughout Southern Ontario, you'll see more and more, please stop speeding, watch out for our children, reduce your speed and increase safety on this road, please. You'll see residents in these communities sort of begging for help with dealing with undue speeding. So what I am proposing is that we direct staff to look at a range of solutions that could help with this. I had a very productive discussion, and Jeff and I and Jamie talked about some certain concrete things, but I didn't want to put them in the motion because I didn't want to sort of tie the manager's hands. I just wanted to sort of, for council to give the direction to explore some strategies for reducing speeding, try them out, and then after 2 years, report back to see how successful they have been. Some of the things that could be done might include creating more community safety zones, like they do in Great Highlands. All of their urban areas are blanketed with community safety zones. Installing lane separators, which is done successfully in other neighboring communities. Speed bumps might be an option. Painting lines on the road, something as simple as painting parking lines or lane divider lines could create the impression that this road needs to be traveled more slowly. So it's a fairly general motion, but the clerk did advise in the composition and construction, and so I'd like to ask for council support in asking Public Works to look at this issue.
Okay. And that's being moved by Councillor Shea to move this one forward. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Noon. Very good. Any further comments or questions about this? Councillor Hutchison. Doug?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I think there's always comments about speeding and whatnot, and I think the flashing lights are one that I think really work. I wondered why the county hasn't put one at Allen Park, because even though there's a 40 speed limit there now, 40 or 60, like unless you think about it, you see the sign, but unless you think about it, sometimes because you're so used to going 80 through there, that the flashing lights really make a difference. I think really brings it to your attention. And then the other thing I saw was in Peterborough, I think it was, they have like on some of their streets, they have like triangles, which are really like rumble strips almost. They're not speed bumps, but when you go across these triangles on the road, it gives you this vibration, right? So to sort of warn you to slow down. So there's some neat things out there. So yeah, I think it's a good idea to look at all avenues.
Okay. Thank you. Comments, Tom?
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. I think a lot of this here, excuse me, I did sit on the traffic calming committee in the last term. And I think a lot of the information that's there that was, we'll have all that information. I think a lot of it we could pull, a lot of this work's already been done, some of the recommendations. So I think we could probably utilize some of that information for this request. Thank you.
Okay. Can I make an amendment? He's left. Who wants to talk? Carl. Sorry. Mr. Shipwreck.
Yes, just like to clarify the motion, I guess if council's requesting we bring back a report for proposed traffic calming measures, or if they're actually wanting some of these things implemented. implementation always comes with a cost. So where we'd have to associate some type of budget if you're asking for us to actually implement some of these items.
I think that's to you, Jeff.
I would think that some of these, some of the proposals that staff develop might come with smaller cost, like implementing a traffic community safety zone, for example, would be the cost of a couple of signs, I imagine. And other things like rumble strips or speed bumps would be more significant. I would think that if staff feels like after doing the research and develops an initiative, a pilot initiative, if they need to come and ask for a budget for that, that they should come and ask for a budget.
But I would just warn the way this is developing, to Carl's point, it doesn't say that. Second paragraph there is initiatives be implemented and assessed. Seeing as the deputy mayor is back, I was wondering whether he'd take the chair and I could step out of the chair. And an environmental scan. Recognized by the chair.
Just what item are we at, Mayor Eccles, please?
Still on the notice of motion.
Thank you. We'll assume the chair for 14.1. Mayor Eccles?
Thank you. I was wondering whether, or I'd just like to put forward an amendment that the traffic calming pilot initiatives be explored and assessed on a trial basis over the next year to determine their effectiveness and possibility where budget allows. And whether you want where budget allows after explored or at the end. Because even with traffic calming measures, we've got to change the bylaw and everything else. Come into community safety zones. There's more than just a couple of signs. You know, a couple of signs to even put them up, they're probably 200, 250 bucks a sign when it comes to that. Have them made. 4x4, 6x6 posts are put in. So there is a cost to it. It may not be much, but there certainly is a cost. And as next week's budget meeting will indicate, we don't have a whole lot of excess revenue at this point in time to implement those because we don't have a casino to for lottery funds. That's my comment. Thank you. So I want the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. Clerk Eckenswater, go ahead, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Mayor Eccles, just for clarification, what I have is that the second paragraph of the main motion be amended to change implemented to explored.
And explored and with budget considerations. Okay.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, that the second paragraph of the main motion be amended to change implemented to explored with budget considerations.
Okay. So I've been looking for a seconder on that. That an amended motion of like, I'm sorry, I had to apologize. So it's amended. Okay, so then we'll go back to the main motion. And I believe Councillor Shea wanted to second that. Yeah, okay, so that's seconded by Councillor Shea. Now, any comments or questions on the amended motion? Councillor Newman.
Well, thank you. And maybe the Director of Finance may be able to help answer this question. I'm not sure these extra costs, if that's like when we're looking at the budget deliberations, if it's capital or maintenance. And I just wanted some kind of costing, because that would be under F, I believe, under safety signs or under signage. How much money currently in 2023 has been spent on signage?
I believe CBO is going to check with Director of Finance.
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor. He's just going to get that information for council. In the meantime, if I may ask a question, the way the motion is now, so from a staff's perspective, we're researching and developing pilot initiatives, and then we're going to explore and assess those initiatives, but we have to implement them to be able to assess them. I'm just a little confused over here.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, if the amending motion passes, the main motion as amended, the second paragraph would read that the traffic calming pilot initiatives be explored with budget considerations and assessed on a trial basis over the next 2 years to determine the effectiveness and possible expansion. So I agree with the CAO. There is a piece missing there, explored with budget considerations, implemented and assessed on a trial basis may be better wording for that.
Did that answer your question, Madam CEO? No? So I'm going to go back to Councillor Noon to ask your question now that Director of Finance is here, and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor. A question was, and I don't know if you have access, I was just kind of wondering under F, I believe it's under the Public Works, under signage, what kind of costs that currently is budgeted and how much would have been utilized in 2023?
I don't have that at my fingertips right now, but I can go grab it and let you know. For 2023 to date. Yep. Okay.
I could entertain any other comments or questions on the amended motion, right? Where we're at, it has been the amended motion. Go ahead, Councillor Shea.
So just on the amendment, or can I speak to the CAO's question?
I believe the motion on the floor would be what we could discuss only, but I'm going to go to the clerk for that.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes, there is an amending motion on the floor, so debate must revolve around the amending motion.
Okay, I think I can still do it because the amending motion brings up the question of budget, and I think that was partly what the CAO was asking about. Given that the motion has a 2-year window, we might see some research and initiative proposals done in year 1 and some implementation and trialing done in year 2, which would be a future budget cycle, not this budget cycle. So I would think that the mayor's suggestion that the budget has to be kept in mind is entirely appropriate, and we might see a proposal come forward partway through next year that has budget impacts for the following year. So I don't see this as being a problem. I think we're basically just putting the item on the Manager of Public Works radar and saying this is something that council would like to see some improvements on, and how that happens could come in a myriad of different forms. So I'm not too worried about that constraint.
I take that kind of more as a comment, because I didn't really find a question there, so is it a comment? Or is there a question there? Okay, so it's just a comment, thank you. I just want to verify that, so. Is there any other comments or questions on the amended motion while we're waiting for Director of Finance to come back? Oh, okay. Go ahead, Director of Finance, Carrie.
So year to date, 2023 on signs, we've spent $10,000. Last year, 16,000, and the year before that, 42,000.
Thank you. And what was the budgeted amount this year, Director of Finance? Thank you.
$35,000.
Okay, any other comments or questions on the amended motion? Been moved and seconded. Okay, so we'll call that vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. See all council members are in favor, none opposed. That motion is carried. Now I think we go back to the main motion, correct there, clerk? So back to the main motion. Is everyone clear on the main motion? Okay, see no questions. We do have that moved and seconded as well, so we can call that vote. All those in favor, you can raise your hand, please. I see all members of council in favor, none opposed. That motion is also carried. And that completes item 14.1, and I will put the chair back to the mayor.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Announcements or comments? Anyone have any announcements or comments? Councillor Forster.
I'd like to thank staff for helping out with the craft show in Newstead. It was a very successful Saturday with 1,300 people coming through the door, paid admissions.
Excellent. Yes, it was. Attended for quite a while, and the lunch was very good too. I enjoyed the chili. Was there two things I'd like to say to the dinner on Sunday night. Pork and Kraut, put on by the Newstead Lions Club, was a sold out event, I think, and there was people turned away. There was a few tickets available at the door, but they were snapped up very quickly, so that was great. And the other thing is 10:30, start to marshal up, I believe it is, or 10:15 at the Durham Legion for the Remembrance Day service here in town. And I was able to attend one on Sunday afternoon. Holstein at their cenotaph, always the Sunday before Remembrance Day, has the Remembrance Day service down there. So I was able to join Mayor Millen and MPP Rick Byers in that service. And from the, oh boy, I'm going to make the marching band, the Scottish bagpipe band, and I can't think of the names of them, did a very good job at Holstein on Sunday as well too for Remembrance Day. Anything else? Announcements? Councillor Noon, Joyce?
Thank you. Just to update everyone, the upcoming Eaton Normanby Community Tree Lighting on November 26th. Approximate time 4 to 7, starting with free skating at the Normanby Arena from 4 to 5. There's going to be a horse-drawn rides around the village again this year. There's got some a chili meal going to be happening, and then followed by the tree lighting at the end of that event. So if you're free, come on out. Thank you.
November 26th, you said? Yep, Elmwood is the same day. Yep, never rains, but it pours. Okay. All right, that's it for announcements. We need to move into closed session. Do I have a motion to move into closed session to consider the points on the agenda, minutes, and one matter regarding litigation or potential? Jamie?
Through you, Mayor, just for clarity, the motion is that council now moves into closed session to consider minutes of the closed session of the regular council meeting held on September 5th, 2023, minutes of the closed session of the special meeting held on October 10th, 2023, and one matter regarding litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a position plan procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to negotiations respecting OPA 11.
Thank you. Mover and seconder. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Forster. Any questions on the motion? Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Before we go, we'll just take a little bit of a recess to prepare for the closed session. Okay, thank you, Sheila, for getting us back. We're now returning to open session. And during closed session, I would like to report that council reviewed the minutes of closed session from the regular meeting, September 5th, 2023, and reviewed the minutes of closed session from special council meeting held on October 10th, 2023, and discussed one matter regarding litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality. Advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to negotiations representing OP11, and direction was provided to staff. Thank you for that. And with that, that is the conclusion of our agenda. No other items, all items addressed. Then I will move that the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for joining us online. And to council, we'll be back here within an hour for Committee of Adjustment. Committee of Planning, yeah, planning, not adjustment, planning today. Now it is